then that's fine though. This is pretty laid back. There's no pressure anyway, although there might be a bit of pressure applied to my truck depending on what we hit. I'm good at hitting things in this game. And it's been a while since I fired it up. I had to dig my steering wheel and my pedals out of storage. I had these packed up and ready for the move, but I ain't moving just yet because I'm still on the hunt for a place to move to in Hungary. I found somewhere that was brilliant, but it got taken down, so I assume somebody else has beaten me to the punch. I'm still on the hunt. In any case, that's neither here nor there. This is not about a move to Hungary. This is a rare case of a bit of life blogging on the channel. I recently took a trip to Japan, and Bellcat said, why don't you do a trucking stream and talk about your time in Japan? So I thought, yes, I'll do exactly that. Any excuse to fire up the trucking after all. So how this is going to go is that I'm going to truck from location to location, and although we obviously can't be trucking in Japan, given this is a European truck sim, we'll just imagine that we're going to various Japanese places, and that will correlate with my trip around Japan, which I can immediately bring up here. Hopefully it shows up fine. Hey, there we go. So these are my movements across Japan. I flew first to Istanbul from Sweden, and then from Istanbul it was, what, a 14.5-hour flight to get to Tokyo, where I immediately took the wrong train, to my apartment and crashed out. From Tokyo, I explored Tokyo for about a week. I was hoping to meet Ninjin and Alpha there, but Ninjin went and got himself the sniffles, and Alpha decided to go to the greatest place on Earth, San Francisco. So, a week of not meeting them. After that, I went out to Lake Biwa, checked out the surrounding area, the cities around Biwa, as well as, oh right, yeah, of course, so the purple circles are where I spent any amount of nights, and then the orange bits that go off of there will go to other areas that I visited but didn't spend the night. So I visited Koriyama, I visited Ito, Omahachiman, Obama. When I went away from Lake Biwa, I went down to the southern island and I visited a place called Minawa, stayed in a ryokan there. And from there I went to Akko, and then was starting to think about home time, so I went all the way back towards Tokyo but stayed in Kamigawa before fleeing Japan. So what we'll do is we'll start with the blogging here in Edinburgh, and then we're going to go to what we're going to call Biwa, Minawa, Akko, and Kamigawa on the map. And since we haven't explored it all, it's going to be our trip down to Spain and possibly Portugal, and we'll buy ourselves some places around there. Will this be on YouTube, Jake? Because I have to work in half an hour. I'm using royalty-free music, so yes, it can. Please let that be the last reference to San Francisco. I still have PTSD. Don't worry, Alpha, it definitely won't be. How was Biwa? I will be in Kyoto for a few days, so I thought it might be worth a day trip. We will get to Biwa, won't we, once we drive there in-game. But we're going to treat Edinburgh as our Tokyo, so I will immediately start talking about my time in Tokyo. There's bound to be things that I forget to bring up about my trip, so if you have any questions about it, just ask. It's not often I talk about my own life, but my trip to Japan was highly enjoyable, and this is a good time to talk about it. So, this is about the first thing I saw the moment that I already feel like Chefrin here. You're sitting down to my holiday photos. If only you could be trapped in a pyramid for it. So, this really set the tone for it. Here I am, I step off, I get out of the airport, and I think I'm in the subway at this point, and here's this cutesy little sign saying, always be mindful of your manners when riding around, thank you for using the trains and whatnot. Complete with very stereotypical cute anime girly image. And, I had all these preconceptions about what I was going to see in Japan. I'm like, is it really going to be like anime? But anime isn't real. No, I've come to the conclusion that anime actually is real. They plaster cutesy stuff and are exceptionally mindful of their manners everywhere they go around there, and I mean everywhere. So that was lovely. I arrive in Tokyo, and I didn't want to plaster myself with photos of temples, but one thing that did catch my eye were all these little placards that they hang up around there. Very cute, full of little signs about things they want to do in the future. There were both Japanese ones and clear gaijin tourists writing up their own ones. So I had a wee gander and just enjoyed the ambience of it. It was very cute. Can't think of something like that we do around here. I seem to recall writing wishes, putting them on a little candle boat and then floating them out to the sea, but since that was done in the North Sea, the water just came and ruined them all, which was an impressive time in my formative years. Yeah, you gotta count the small pyramids here, Zyngus. Don't worry, this will be on the test. On my first day, well, my first proper day in Japan, I just immediately went to the zoo, because Ueno Zoo was pretty close to where I was staying, and they had a lot of awful, awful monkeys there, and birds. I generally like animals, but I'm not the biggest fan of monkeys, and I really don't like birds. But I really like elephants. These are the smaller breed of Asian elephants, but they're still pretty cute in their own way. So I'm guessing this is Mama Elephant and Kitty Elephant, but God knows, I wasn't reading the signs about them all that much. Something else I saw, everywhere in Japan, was gacha. I had no idea how huge this was, so we've all seen little turny machines like this back home in Europa or wherever you're from, but I never imagined it was so huge. Every place, big or small, had some kind of gacha machine, and even more surprising, there were people using it, some people very seriously using it. I walked by, and a little girl was squatted down, cranking it around to get out what she wanted. She clearly did get what she wanted, because she jumped up, yelled, "Yatta!" fist in the air. She almost punched me in the face doing that. And it was one of those, wow, anime is real moments. And yeah, this is in Akihabara, Ninjin, but these are everywhere, truly everywhere. Anime is also everywhere. I'm not sure if this was in Akihabara as well or not, but it was certainly in one of the major train stations. Just plastered on the big screens. I don't even know, I saw that and I thought that she was from Disgaea. She kind of had that look about her. But I'm pretty sure she's not. Yeah, I'm not big on anime. I like manga, but I don't really care much for anime. So these things go a little over my head. But still, it was kind of choking. And it's taken pretty seriously as well. Couldn't imagine that. Even the salaryman with the suitcases, oh, that's incredibly real. If you travel around, you're going to see all these very serious-looking people going from A to B, clearly with purpose. They don't stop to chit-chat. There were some cool-looking, old, wrinkly, laid-back guys who were drinking and chatting, but that was very much the exception. The norm is just these rigid, black or white-haired, suited-up, suitcase-carrying business folk. And the mask usage in Tokyo was over 99%. I actually didn't like that. Everybody's masked up. Makes it all feel a little bit illicit. But then again, I went through the past few years in Sweden where mask usage was probably below 2%, so very jarring for me. I found the Holy Grail though when I was around, not one, not two, but 3 back-to-back best DDR machines in existence. These are the DDR 20th anniversary machines. I found a floor in Akihabara dedicated to rhythm games, and I thought this was pretty good, only to explore to find that there were so many, many more of them. Such a mecca for arcade gaming there, I'd never seen so many. But it wasn't just in Akihabara. When I was exploring, even in small tucked away areas, or in big old Aeon malls that get smacked down in the middle of nowhere, you just find loads of arcade machines. And a lot of them were machines that didn't interest me, but just about everywhere at least had some taiko drumming, or some gun barrel, or as we know it, point blank. The plastic wrapping is a little off-putting, but I suppose it makes sense. There's some wild motions going up there, and the Japanese are insane about their cleanliness, so this is probably just to stop sweat and other debris flying off to people that might be watching. I didn't see a lot of usage of them, but I did see signs set up in a lot of arcades, as if to imply that people would write their name down on a list and then wait their turn for a machine. I largely saw it with IIDX and DDR, not for things like taiko drumming, I guess that's not so popular. But a testament to how orderly they are. Did you partake? Oh yeah, I definitely played DDR when I was there. This is another dude that caught my eye. He stopped catching my eye after a while, but the thing is, everywhere seems to have their wee cutesy mascot, which does end up looking pretty creepy to me, but in a way, endearing. I was also checking out the foods they had. Now, I actually found that the food game, especially the sweets game in Japan, was really weak. And that's funny, because way back when I was a wee kid, I remember when a shop, and it was only one shop, actually had some Pocky, and I tried it, and I went, wow, this is so novel and amazing. And I was like, oh, it's from Japan, they must have some pretty great sweets. Well, I tried a lot of things there, and really I wasn't impressed by much of it. It went from pretty bleh to mediocre, and I can't think of any store-bought food that I got in Japan that really knocked my socks off and made me go, wow, this is fantastic. It was all tiny, the wrong kind of sweet, and quite expensive, although I've certainly seen worse. 80 euro cents for Pocky. Yeah, I certainly paid more for that back home, that's for sure. Yet more anime. I couldn't get over how everywhere it was. You wouldn't just have a sign like this up in some busy place in Europe. Not that I can think of. Anyway, I don't really get Idolmaster. I've never looked into it, but it certainly doesn't look appealing, so moving on. After a while, I wanted to get out of Tokyo, so I just kind of pointed at the map and said I'll go there, and it was heading north to Koriyama. On reflection, not a great choice, because as magical as the place was on the inside, it was still urban sprawl. I really don't like urban sprawl. This kind of sight makes my skin crawl. If you're on the ground there, you're not seeing much of the sky, you're just surrounded by dense urban living, and it's just ugh. I get that some people love city life. I thought I would love city life since I am a countryside boy. I figured I'd want to go and see what civilization is all around. Well, civilization disgusts me, so being trapped in all of this always feels suffocating to me, and it goes on and on and on. This is just what I'm seeing from the Shinkansen, the bullet train around Japan, and it's just horrific. I don't think I have much else to say about urban sprawl. I don't like it, and I saw a lot of it there, so I was kind of keen to get out of Tokyo after a while. This is something they do often, which is very cute, is they have these fake displays of the food that's on display. Now, they're crazy about their restaurants in Japan. They're everywhere. I guess eating out may be more of a norm than cooking in? I don't know, I can't make a judgment call on that. But every little street has a myriad of restaurants, and I mean every tiny bloody street. Even when we got out to mountain towns, they had these. Yeah, took me aback seeing all these, but it's fairly cheap, and it's pretty good as well. It is, however, like rice and fish and miso in everything, which does get tiresome. If I was living there, I'd be pretty keen on home cooking myself after a while. This amused me a lot. So, loads of arcades everywhere, but the prizes that you get seemed baffling. It's like, we're out of pizza. Could you go down to the local claw game and win us a pizza, please? I don't think you'd get away with doing this back home. Then again, they're crazy about their claw games as well. Those are bleeding everywhere. This was more like it, though. I love these kind of wee streets. Yeah, there's just something so Japanese flavored about this, even ignoring all the Japanese signs about getting some delicious coffee there. But this is more my sight. I know there's still urban sprawl around it, but it's still cute to see, and these are everywhere. That can't taste very nice. No, I don't think they do. I was tempted to try Japanese pizza, see how they bastardize it over there, but there's only so many meals you're going to eat in what was I there, 3 weeks? So I didn't want to taint one by spending it on a pizza there. Anyway, these kinds of soul-enriched streets really appealed to me, so I did a lot of wandering around. I didn't really do much touristy stuff. I guess wandering around is a bit touristy. In any case, I was wandering around. I really wanted to soak in my time there, and seeing these kinds of things were just wonderful. After a while, I actually headed out south to Ito. I got off, and there's a big old lovely beach. It's still a bit too built up for my liking. See a lot of high-rises in the corners there. And the beach is just empty. Now, to me, it's a nice day. It's 11 or 12 degrees, but nobody is out. This is kind of a running theme. I didn't see a lot of people out and about at all, so... in fact, most of the people I saw out and about were middle-aged ladies. So I'm assuming those were housewives doing housewife things, while the breadwinners were all working their horrible black jobs. So, well, fair play to them, whatever they like. It doesn't seem like life for me. They're too busy playing video games, Jay. That makes sense. So I wander around here in Ito for a while, but eventually I just wander off into the hills and get lost for a while, because that's my idea of a good time. So there was a lot of elevation to climb up along some windy path. I hesitate to call it a road, but it did give me some lovely views up there. There's Fujisama in the background, I believe, and a bunch of coastal towns that the train ride took me around. They all looked so very cute. Ito was the one that I decided to go to, but as I was wandering away, I went to some other place just east of Ito. Kanama? Something like that. Some fishing village. Anyway, this is where I ended up. Very cute, very small. I love the buildings built into the hills there. And I really love the mixture of landscapes you get in Japan. It's much more hilly and mountainous than I thought. But between that, the rivers, and the seashore that you had, oh, it was just, I love the landscape. And I do love nature. Don't know much about it, but I know I love it. And I was getting a bit hungry after all this wandering, and I found that this is the first meal I had in Japan that really blew my socks off. Like, these people know their seafood. I don't really like their eggs wrapped up in a weird omelette-style way and sliced off, but everything else on this dish is just magnificent. And I was pretty happy that I was actually able to get in and comfortably order things without too much mishap, because my conversational Japanese is beyond appalling, but it was functional enough to get everything I needed during my journey. How expensive was it? So what was this? 15 quid maybe? Yeah, that seems about right. But hey, I would have happily paid a whole lot more for it. All very fresh. But this thing was set up right next to a fishing pier, so I imagine they get everything pretty damn fresh. Here's another thing they had in Japan, though. Not trying to make the correlation between this and the seafood too readily, but Japan's toilet game is beyond our paltry European understanding. It's big business there. The toilets, you open the door and it detects, oh, there's movement going up, and it flicks the lights on for you, it opens the toilet head for you. Sometimes they start playing little bits of music, it sprays itself with some smelly stuff. It's just unreal. I had it in my head that they all just squat and drop into holes in the ground, but heavens no. And the seats preheat themselves. I actually found that remarkably uncomfortable. I guess I'm just too used to having the bathroom be just Baltically cold, but yeah, you've not sat on the throne until you've tried a Japanese toilet. Built-in bidets in them as well, if that's your thing. Here's another thing that was bleeding everywhere in Japan. Spy X Family. I've read a fair amount of that. I think I read up to the point where the headmaster beats up another teacher or something like that. But yeah, that is the big flavor of the, well, not even month by now. It's been years? Anyway, it's everywhere. And this is the wee girl from the show put on a box of peanuts, just to illustrate that they are slapping this anime on everything. They must make a fortune on licensing. Maybe that's what the whole anime game is about. Still, you can see why Spy X Family is so popular. It's got pretty cool and attractive characters. It's got a not-so-cliched plot for once. And it's got this little girl, Anya, for all the mentally ill to use as their profile pictures online, so it's got something for everything. Yeah, even I enjoyed reading it, so I need to catch up with it at some point. One thing that I quite liked, though, was at night the whole place lights up. These streets really do come alive. Some of the residential areas, yeah, they go dark, but in the city, I didn't even think about this until my mother, of all people, said, hey, doesn't the whole place light up? I heard it does that. I didn't even think about it when I went out. I was like, yeah, this is pretty damn sweet. This would probably get tiresome if you saw this every day, but I'm not seeing this every day. Thinking about it, I took a lot of my photos around Akihabara, didn't I? Trust me, I did go to other places, but here's where we found the really important thing. House of the Dead, and House of the Dead 2, and House of the Dead 3, and House of the Dead 4, and Typing of the Dead, side by side. Oh my days. I was in a very happy place there. So I grabbed my 100 yen coins, and I played just 1 credit on each of them. Of course, I dual-wielded on House of the Dead 1 and 2, because I'm no scrub. Felt good to play House of the Dead 3, and the thing is, they maintain the machines there. Just about every Western arcade machine that isn't some hidden, privately owned thingamajigger. I guess they are, but I mean like hobby projects. They just let their machines degrade. They don't calibrate them, eventually just get smashed to hell. Ugh. But these things, well calibrated, well cleaned, well looked after, these machines... I mean, House of the Dead 1 must be 25 years old by now? It's pretty old. It can drink, it can vote, and it can still perform. Man, I love these games. I swear, I didn't just play games when I was in Japan, but there was a fair amount of game playing. The boss of Sega personally comes by, checks every machine monthly. I'm willing to believe that, Alpha. Slightly. One thing that kind of grated me about Japan, now I'm not big on green living whatsoever, but I do like recycling, just because it's a nice closed system. Still, the Japanese seem obsessed with cleanliness. Both cleanliness of the body and mind and society, but also of, well, all the objects. They individually wrap things like crazy. You'd find individually wrapped quail eggs, and this is the one that got me the most, enough for me to whap out the phone, and it was premium Highland bananas, individually wrapped and very expensive. I can't remember how much these were, but it was hundreds of yen each. And I couldn't understand why. A banana itself is the coating for the food. I'm sure it's possible to eat banana skins, but I highly doubt the Japanese do it. But why? It was irksome. You'd get to the point where you'd buy like a bag of crisps, and you'd open it and find the crisps were individually wrapped as well. Then you end up with this massive pile of waste. And okay, it's all plastic, so I'll put it in the plastic recycling. No, they don't do that. They do burnables and non-burnables. And I think there was another thing. Oh yeah, cans and PET bottles. So it felt bad to know that I was just throwing all this plastic away to be burnt. Yeah. Yeah. Not something I was so keen on there. I don't think I could join them in their cleanliness brigade. It was kind of nice to see everything getting cleaned so earnestly and so piously, though. But even so, a bit too much. Can we not have a halfway house? Yeah, I said crisps would be more understandable, but like those wee soy cracker things, which are surprisingly nice, but very sticky. Figured that I would work on my skills as well, though. I'd grab a book on how to be a better YouTuber. No, the bookstores in Japan. I know the whole joke about Jake and reading, right? And I don't do a lot of reading, but I do like a good bookstore. And their bookstores were just wonderful. When I'm in America, I like to go to Books A Million or other such giant bookstores, just because they're so enormous and encapsulating, and they got everything. But the Japanese bookstores just crank it up to 11, and not only that, very affordable. Downside, I suppose, is everything's in bleeding Japanese, but well, just gotta cope. It's like being a Caesar 3 house, merge or die. The variety in books in Japan is unparalleled, yeah, and the walls and walls of manga was pretty good. I'm not big on anime, but I do love my manga. One site that I really rather liked was just seeing people in the bookstore and they would grab something and read. Now I don't know if they're, well, I guess they're okay with it. With so many people doing it, I figure it's a bit rude to just read books in a bookstore. You should buy it and read it elsewhere, right? Kind of like going into a restaurant just to enjoy the smell, use their napkins, and maybe eat their free salads and then leave without paying, but I digress. It was still pretty cool to see everybody so seriously reading, and you'll see these like grotty old businessmen standing around and like reading all the gravure books, or let's just honestly say they're porn mags. But I also saw this this middle school or high school girl just engaged in reading all the BL manga she could in the corner, and I just thought, this is fantastic. Just people being able to earnestly do what they want. They don't seem to care about what's going on around them, which was pretty fantastic. What was also kind of strange is that they put all their like kid comics in one area, and if you go along, you're going, oh yeah, this, and then just instantly you have the gravure books, and you're like, what are they? I think they're aggressively teaching heterosexuality in Japan in the way that we do the opposite in the West. Well, that's what you're there to see. Different experiences. I was a little tempted to grab one, but it didn't seem like the right time or place. Well, the right place, but not the right time. Another great sight that I saw, and Alpha Gamma was close in my heart when I saw this. I was wandering around some southern island in Tokyo. I forget the name of it, but it's where they have the giant Gundam in. And I knew that Alpha was away having a hideous time in San Francisco. So I thought, hey, when you come back to Japan, don't worry. Japanese Taco Bell is there waiting for you. Yeah, Ninja's there to remind us it's Odaiba. Odaiba Island. Larger than I thought. It didn't look so big on the map, but it took a while to walk around. And this is the aforementioned giant transforming Gundam. He doesn't transform that much, but most of his body lights up, a few bits ping out, and the horn on his head comes together. I haven't watched Gundam in over 20 years, so I couldn't tell you which Gundam this is. But it was well worth going there to see, and lots of other people were crowded around to watch him do his transformation and stuff. The literal cockpit salty. Also got to see the Statue of Liberty. It's not quite where I thought it was, but still happy to see it. All in all, it was a lovely view of the area, but it's still a view of urban sprawl. So I was torn on it. But don't worry, I got my, relatively speaking, pound of flesh later on in the journey. So one thing I really wanted to do was street food, and maybe there's a place for it, but I couldn't really find street food. This isn't street food, these are just lots and lots of restaurants dotted around. And I really wanted to have some top-class okonomiyaki. But at the time I was looking around, everywhere was booked up to the hilt and had people out the door. But I did find one place that was empty. And I could understand why it was empty, because their okonomiyaki was disgusting. Like, the food I had in Japan ranged from okay to really very good, but this is the one thing I had that was truly disgusting. It was an effort to swallow it down. Fortunately, it wasn't that expensive, but still, I feel like I'd wasted a good evening meal on real tosh that night. Aren't those mobile food carts? They're still set up like... well, I didn't see any, for one. How often were you wearing your kilt? I'd say about 80% of the time. I think the only time I didn't wear it was when I had to wash my clothes. So yeah, I'd say about 80%. Even so, though, these streets were just... There's something so cozy about wandering around in here. Especially because, let's face it, it's February. It's pretty cold. But even so, you can feel the warmth around here. And I had Long Dark on my mind. And whoops, we're already out of Tokyo. So I'm going to stop talking for a wee while, get that around, and we're going to make our journey over to Biwa. So where in... Well, I guess we're taking a pit stop in France would make sense. We better find ourselves a job that takes us south then. Chefrin. By the way, if all of these Japanese people have 3 kids each, and each of those kids have 4 kids each, how many Japanese kids do you end up with? Also, how big is a brick? Freaking Chefrin. If you don't understand any of these references, you missed Chefrin's Pyramid, which was a fantastic weekly one-shot. Right, that's a lot of talking and not a lot of trucking, so let's go and find ourselves a job. Job market. I need to do some freighting from Edinburgh. And I need to... Wow, there's not a lot of jobs. Glasgow, Carlisle, Grimsby, Vechel. This is awful. Carlisle or Newcastle, do you have any jobs that take us, you know, south? That is south, but not quite the right way. Oh wow, there's a few more. Oh, there's not many more jobs. Well, this is awful. Don't tell me I've got to drive down to Manchester or Liverpool to get a job that takes me south. Malaga is very far south, perhaps even too far south. Felixstowe, Cardiff, Liverpool. What can you get me out of Liverpool? Oh, heading down to Rennie seems alright. Oh, that's a nice shortcut. Get to Plymouth and make our way over to A Coruña. We've got 10 hours to get that job, so we've got to drive ourselves down to Liverpool for some used plastics. Unless there's something more appealing, I'm going to take that. That job pays well. Urgent delivery of kerosene to Le Havre. I'm going for the kerosene. Visit Galicia, it's bootleg Portugal. You're out of luck. Right, let's make our way. So I won't be able to show more photos right now, but if any musings come to mind or if there's questions about Japan, I'll still be talking about them. That was the wrong exit. Right, I'm the boss man. Look at this guy lazing around. Get to work. Oh, now there's something that gave me some almond activation when I was in Japan. Make work. So there were a lot of people that I saw, and my interpretation was, wow, these guys are standing around doing nothing. Or they're doing extremely superfluous jobs. There'd be people whose jobs just seemed to be to wave and smile at you in shops and other services. And especially in construction work, people whose jobs were to just stand there and then wave you on. And I'm like, it's an open street. I have functional eyes, and there is a pedestrian crossing right here. I don't need you to stand and wave me on. But it got me thinking. It made me think about Capitalism Lab. In Capitalism Lab, you eventually run a job that is really efficient, and it gets to the point where you can't employ everybody. You can't reasonably employ everybody because all the work is being done. They wouldn't produce anything that would be consumed. They'd be producing surplus. So, okay, well, I mean, that's great news for me. I don't need to pay these people because, well, I'm not employing them. They can just consume. But then you end up with societal issues. I'm still talking about a game, by the way. Make no mistake, I'm talking about a game here. So in Capitalism Lab, which I've streamed excessively, if you haven't heard of it before, it's a game all about making loads of money through building up supply chains, but also doing other things like producing games, producing web services, doing real estate, and other things that I've probably forgotten by now. So, in Capitalism Lab, you have this problem that all these unemployed people actually cause societal problems. They're less happy with the situation, it reduces the immigration, and you want more people in, so you have more people to consume. So in the end you end up with all these people that you need to then pay benefits for, because of course you're the mayor of the city, because you're so damn good at everything. Or rather, you're so good at lobbying. And then it ends up actually being costful because you're essentially paying these people to exist. And then it harms your bottom line. Now then I see Japan and I go, right, I don't know Japan's unemployment rate, but then I think, okay, so all this make work means that even if they're not actually producing much in the way of... they're not really producing much value. You're still keeping them employed and in the system, so to speak. So when business picks up and you need these people to do work that actually produces stuff, they're already there. You're not having to pay them benefits, and the low unemployment and the jobs available will encourage more people in, which is actually what I ended up doing in Capitalism Lab. And I thought, wait a second, there's parallels here. So after my initial disgust of, make work, then I start to think maybe they're onto something there. 2.4% is the unemployment in Japan. Now that's pretty crazy. What's the unemployment back in Scotland? 8%? 9%? And some of that unemployment is deep, multi-generational unemployment. It's like, my great-grandpappy worked down the mines, and since they shut down the mines, I'm not working ever again. Ugh. Japan still hasn't recovered from the 1989 stock market crash. Let's see, reading chat's impacting my driving skills, but I haven't hit anything yet. I guess this is why they banned phones and cars. Wait, unemployment is only 3.3% in Scotland? Huh. I thought it was much higher. Felt much higher when I was there, jinx. Maybe it's better now than it was before? I couldn't tell you. Ever since they banned child labor, no work. Oh yeah, now there's a thought. What if we remove 0-hour contracts from that? If there are moose in this game, they will not survive my truck. My truck that needs a makeover, so when we get to Liverpool, we'll see if we can get a more... an unapologetically oriental design for my truck. If there was a Japanese paintwork pack that they released for this game, I don't know if I picked it up or not. I don't actually own all the DLC to this game. I usually pick up gameplay DLC. Usually. I think I went out of my way to buy the Brazilian paint pack for the trucks. Drinking Buckfast is not a job. Pretty sure the true numbers are different. True numbers, eh? Well, let's try and look into that. I just took down my first moose with only a single broken rib, says Von Duzel. Congratulations. I'm confident that my experience with that moose will make me a better moose hunter, and I will survive to be a better moose hunter. I actually loaded up that long dark save and continued playing it for a little while, but only a little while. I wanted to go back to Bleak Inlet and get to know the place better, but I was well kitted out by that point, so I really didn't... One, I didn't feel much tension about it, and two, there was so much finality to that outer Loper run that it's kind of hard to go back and play more of it. I went to almost every region. Blackrock is the only... Well, Blackrock and Forsaken Airfield are the only regions that I feel uncomfortable with now. And the moment you allow going indoors like a regular interloper, it's just, well, what's the challenge here? If I'm warm, I can just warm up. Look at all these beds that are here. I don't need to wear out my bedroll. I don't need to destroy my wolf coat by wandering around in this blizzard. Long Dark was amazing, but I question its replay value. Don't know if I could be one of these 1,000-hour tryhards in the game. But we'll see. I'm not done with Long Dark yet. I do want to go back and do one more series on the game. But it really became the game of my journey as well. I couldn't get Long Dark out of my head when I was going around Japan. It helped that it was cold there. Some days it was below freezing, some days it even snowed, but not snow of any consequence. Japan and Brazil are closely linked, Jake. Time to rock out the BR colours. Well, what I'll see if I can do is if I can get a Japanese paint job and then replace my ecumenical flags that we have on the side there with some... Whoa, now! With some Brazilian flags. We'll see. I don't know all that's available in Euro Truck Sim, because I've been playing more American Truck Sim than Euro Truck Sim. I don't do much trucking. Every time I do truck, I think to myself, wow, I should be doing more of this, but I think we do the responsible amount of trucking around here. I don't want to turn it into some kind of meme game. I truck when I just want to relax, and sometimes when I want to life blog. And keeping that infrequently is far better than, I don't know, making it into a joke. I'd hate to think about that. I do genuinely enjoy this trucking game. Speaking of flags, did you bring any back? I did not bring any back. Actually, I don't think I bought a single thing in Japan that I ended up taking back with me. The only Japanese thing I think I took back with me was the candy that Ninjin gave me. He rather illicitly said, "Oh, I've got a special present for you," when we met up. Oh, so I did eventually actually meet up with Ninjin and Alpha, but that was on the return trip. No photos of that, so I'll just say we met up, we ate some decadently expensive meat. Isn't that right, Alpha? Oh, well, I didn't set a limit. You set a limit, and we reached that limit. It was good food, though. Real melt-in-your-mouth meat. I've never seen meat that marbled. But I digress. At the end, Ninjin pulled out an unscrupulous paper bag and gave it to me. And just as well he did, because the opportunities to eat on my journey home were not plentiful. When I arrived in the airport, and I was on the last flight out of Japan, change what we were talking about, leaving Japan, how dare we, all the restaurants was closed, even McDonald's was closed. I was kicking myself because I actually wanted to try Japanese McDonald's. They serve miso with their food, it seemed weird, and I wanted to, since Japan's bread game is terrible, I really wanted to see how a McDonald's bun was. So the bread. I feel for Europeans living in Japan, because surely after a while your desire for bread and cheese, you know, good bread and cheese, must grow uncontrollably and unsatiably. You might really want to sit down for some good rye or walnut bread, or good smoked cheese, or some good blue cheese. But sadly, Japan thinks that bread is a sweet game. All of it is incredibly laced with sugar. And Yeah, they just do that American processed cheese thing. Now maybe if you looked really hard you could find good bread and good cheese, but it wouldn't be affordable. You should try the Israeli McDonald's instead, says Hamster. I dread to ask, but what do they do? Here goes me, says Oliver Cocaine. Your grammar's done a bit too much cocaine. Japanese bread is more the American variety. It's awful. Sure enough, I haven't eaten much bread in America. I always imagined that America is big on their really awful, mass-produced white blocks of bread. But in Japan, you'd go to a supermarket and you go, oh, some sandwiches here. And it would be like, here's a cream and strawberry-filled sandwich. And it's white bread with the crusts cut off. By the way, that'll be 350 yen plus tip. And it's bamboozling. How could you survive that? Well, I'll tell you how you survive it. You survive it by having their fish and their rice. Might get old after a while, but I have never had such good fish or rice in my life. I mean, rice there is just different from rice here. Tipping culture in Japan? There is no tipping culture in Japan. You do not tip. You are told what the right price is, although there is a sales tax on everything, so you'll see two prices for something. You'll see a sign that says, hey, have our 200 yen curry bread, and then underneath it says 220, and you're like, okay, so it's 220 yen curry bread, thank you. But the curry bread was good. It just wasn't bread, though. There was no bread to be had. It was like some kind of mashed up panko shell with not quite curry as you know it on the inside. Still good, though. I actually queued up for some curry bread. It was the first time I queued up for food in Japan. It seemed kind of weird to me, but I gave it a go, and I was impressed. Was my truck injured at all? 6% injured. But that's okay, we're only 27 miles away from Liverpool. We're going to grab our job and go. Where are you now? Are you back in Sweden? Or are you now in Hungary? I am currently in Sweden, and I am actively searching for a place to live in Hungary. I found somewhere that was amazing, but they pulled the advertisement from the rental site, so I assume someone else took it. Which means, if you're watching this, and for some elaborate reason, you are Hungarian and know, or perhaps even are, an estate agent, I want to get to know you. Because my Hungarian skills don't exist. And the places I'm looking to go in Hungary, their English skills seldom exist. So that makes things a little tricky. They also don't seem to like to reply to their emails. Been emailing some of them, and only one of them got back to me that they didn't have the kind of place I wanted to stay. Any particular reason you want to move to Hungary? So, 11 months ago now. Crikey, that long ago? Let's say 10, it'll make me feel a little less guilty about it. 10 months ago I travelled around Europe searching for a place to move to. I went through Poland, I went through Austria, Hungary, Slovakia, Croatia, I even went back to Scotland. And by the end of that I thought, well, Austria was really good, but Hungary was also really good. So a few months ago I went back. I went back to... Oh, crikey, we're running out of fuel. We're going to need to fix that soon. I went back and I travelled across Austria some more and a little bit through Hungary, but it didn't take long for me to arrive in Balaton. I actually cut my Austrian trip short because some friends of mine from the UK came to visit, so we painted Vienna red and then painted Budapest even redder. But after that, instead of going back to Austria, I decided to continue through Hungary, and by chance, I went to Balaton. Now this was really, I didn't know anything about Balaton. I just said, hey, there's a lake here. I'm going to go check out this lake. And I loved it. And I loved it so much that I just went, okay, you know, why even spoil myself for choice? If I have other places to look at, it's just going to make decisions harder. So I decided that unless Japan blew my socks off, I was going to move to Balaton. And Japan didn't quite rock my socks that hard. Not from a living perspective, which is always what I'm looking at when I... Well, it has been what I've been looking at when checking out these places. Do I want to live here? So I've been spending quite a lot of time roaming around residential areas like some creepy pervert. I suppose I am eyeing up their houses quite leeringly, because I got some good houses there. Anyway, Hungary was amazing. I loved that Mediterranean-like climate. I loved having the nature so close by, the variety of nature so close by. When I was in Balaton, you got the lake there, rivers, hills, mountains, forestry, and not a lot of urban sprawl or density. I hope I can make it to that. If I can make it to that fuel station. So, I was in Japan trying to see if it could beat Balaton in terms of wanting to live in, but Hungary just has too many advantages. I think Japan is somewhere that I will visit infrequently, but I still want to live in Europe. Because one of the main things I want to live in more mainland Europe is just to be better connected. I want to wake up one day and go, you know, I fancy going to Germany, so I'm just going to catch this train to Germany. Whereas in Sweden, you always got to fly to somewhere. Nobody's reasonably going to take a train from Stockholm to Paris. I wouldn't be going to Paris, but let's say France. No, you're always flying, and flying's such a rigmarole. You gotta organize it, you know, look at your stuff, get there hours ahead of time. Oh, sorry, flight's delayed. Everybody get off the plane. We need to check the engines. Oh, you're delayed, and your extra crossover bit's delayed as well. Your transfer is buggered. Oh. I enjoy takeoff and landing. Everything else can just go die in a fire. I don't like it. Jake wants to wake up and cover long distances by train, so somehow Japan lost. Yeah, but Japan's so far away from things. You'd wake up one day and go, right, I'm going to go to just more of Japan. I like the variety of countries that we have in Europe that are so close by. Budapest to Vienna is 2.5 hours, points out Hamster. And Vienna to Berlin definitely exists. Definitely. Don't think I'd really want to go to Berlin so bad, but it would be nice to be back in Germany. I want to go and visit Worm. He's always said, oh, you're welcome to come and see me. So I would like to get it done eventually. He came and saw me. Climbing over the bit outside to come in. Oh well, it was still all good. He brought drinks. Not a fan of ships either. I actually quite like a good ferry. Took the ferry to Estonia, and that was a wonderful journey. It was so wonderful that I hadn't booked my journey home, and I just decided to take the same ferry back. I did get horribly sick on it, but I'm not going to hold that against the ferry. I mean, really sick. I think I was out for a week and a half after that. But to be fair, I was kissing old ladies on that ferry, so God knows what they've got going on. I don't know if... Wait, why in the world am I neutral? I feel like this truck keeps putting itself into neutral. There we go, I was a little worried I was going to run out of fuel, because if I have to rely on somebody to tow me somewhere, then it might cut into this rather tight delivery. This is expensive cargo. Well, it's kerosene, which has added value and added... Well, not added danger. There's no dangerous cargo, so to speak, but it is high value, and it's on a very tight time frame, so load me up. If you loved Hungary, why wasn't Estonia on the short list? So I have lived in Northern Europe my entire life, and I am keen to go to not Northern Europe. I want somewhere that is warmer and cheaper. And Hungary is both of those things. On top of that, the Hungarian fruit and vegetables were delicious. And I don't really rate food very highly as reasons to go to somewhere, because I like to cook my own food, so bleh to whatever's on offer. But that was my first time really having fruit and veg that's from that kind of climate and didn't have to be shipped halfway across the continent. And it was so good. Just grapes with not a hint of bitterness on them, massive, bursting in your mouth. Oh, the red peppers as well. Oh, jeez. Apples, huge, crunchy, delicious. So yeah, that was pretty good. And I've been to Tallinn. I wouldn't really call that having been to Estonia so much. I just spent a few nights in Tallinn, which were amazing, by the way, but that was because I was splurging on nice bars and I had great company as well. So, hard to judge a country from a mate's time out in the capital. Why do I keep slipping into neutral? Don't have an explanation. Feels like someone's put the power limiter on my truck. I should have been actively listening, as I loved both when I visited. Loved both. Budapest or out in the country? Right, so generally speaking, I don't like cities. I don't like big urban sprawl, I don't like tight population density. I wouldn't say it makes me uncomfortable, but it builds up this invisible agitation meter on me. And it just gives me this feeling of, I want to get out. That's why, even though I live in Stockholm, I live like 15 miles out of Stockholm. Fewer people, but still more than I'd like. Also Swedish people, but that's a different story altogether. Even so, there are some cities I've been to, and I thought, well, despite this being a city, despite all these big buildings and lots of people and hustle and bustle, I'm enjoying my time here. And those would be Edinburgh, Vilnius, and Budapest. And Budapest in particular, I really loved. And hard to really say what it is. Budapest is a bit dirty. It's a bit run down. It's kind of like Vienna, but we don't have money. Or maybe we have Vienna at home. I think that's what the cool kids would describe it as, right? Even so, really loved the architecture around there. The people seem nice and laid back. The prices weren't that high. Probably, definitely very high for Hungary, but from my northern European perspective, all seemed really rather cheap. And they got a lot of great things going on. Cities generally do, but I found myself really enjoying all my time spent in Budapest. Even so, I wouldn't want to live there, but I want to live somewhere that has easy access to Budapest, and there is a direct train line from Balaton to Budapest that runs quite frequently, making Balaton seem... Oh. I think Riga channeled some energy into me because I didn't list Riga as one of the cities that I really like. Riga was a bit run down and smelly though. Alright, there we go. How's the kerosene doing? It'll survive. Bruh, I'm in Riga right now, says Lawful Eagle. I had a good time in Riga, but as cities go, you know, Vilnius just slaps it good and proper. So does Tallinn, actually. I'd say Riga is the weakest of the three. What happened there? We leaked about 5% of 23 tons of kerosene all over the M6. So, yeah, just doing God's work for him. You still have clips disabled for trucking, says Pepper. Too bad. The VOD will survive, though. Actually, the VOD should still be made, but it'll be private, and I'll set it to public and put it on YouTube. That's why I'm not using your submitted music this time, which is one of two reasons. If I just left people to submit music, this thing would get copyright struck to heck and back. And I didn't want to juggle that as well as juggle all this Japan stuff. I'd say you need to check out St. Petersburg. That's not happening anytime soon, sadly. Couldn't I walk there? Well, actually, Russia, big. But you like cities, hamster. You like all the things I say I don't like about cities, so why would St. Petersburg be a big hit for me? I'm not seeing it happening. I think you just want me to suffer. Oh, am I even going the right way? I didn't check my GPS. Yeah, we're still probably going the right way. St. Petersburg is great. Yeah, but why is it great? I've seen plenty of aftish photos of Russia, and it doesn't look very great. You said you want to see Russia. I just want to limit your suffering. Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if I should do... One of my friends has done the... What do you even call that big train line across Russia? Whatever it's called, he did that. The Trans-Siberian, that's it. He did the Trans-Siberian journey, and said it was very enriching, so I wouldn't mind trying that myself sometime. But I really enjoy traveling. Don't like the flying part of it, but I think traveling is just an inherently good thing to do. New people, new perspectives, feel like you bring something home. Not only that, you get that smug sense of superiority over untraveled plebs. My grandfather, he traveled once. He went to Spain. He didn't like it. He never traveled again. I don't even think he's been outside of Aberdeen. Aside from that trip to Spain. Jinx, he should be my next custom character on State of Decay. Oh, crikey. Come on, self-right. Oh, I don't think we're righting here. I took that corner a little too aggressively, and I paid for it. Oof, oh, we're not making much of a profit on this journey. That's okay though. We need to be brought to service. It's going to take us to Birmingham. Do we want to go to Birmingham? Oh, Birmingham's back away. Well, needs must. Hey, you can get emergency refueling as a service. Cool. I had no idea. I generally dislike traveling too. It's a bit too stressful, but I've been to Spain, Austria, Czechia, and various places in Germany. Stressful, huh? Oh, hey, this might actually be convenient for us, because where we've been towed to in Birmingham has configuration for the truck. Excellent. Time doesn't pass when we do this, so we can take our sweet time. I want a paint job. Tell me you've got something very insensitively Japanese here. And I'm not really counting a single decal here. I want... something really in your face. Finish, Union Jack. Independence Day. Independence Day for who? Hungarian Independence Day? Kilted Warrior. Yeah, I want this, but Japanese style. Latvia. No one even knows where Latvia is. Oh, I can't believe I don't have any Japanese-themed stuff here. Do I even have Brazilian-themed stuff? Who would have thought that the European game has all the... Oh, well, I'll tell you what. This has Ryukyuan colors on it. That'll work. Yeah, okay, sweet. What about my little flags? Hong Kong, Indonesia, Iraq, Isle of Man? Could do Israel for hamster. Oh, there we go. There's Japan. Sweet. Sorry, my Hebrew friends. But we're going full Japan here. Wait, didn't I say I was going to go Brazil? This is an alphabetical order, so B. Excellent. Yeah. Yeah, the mixed Brazilian-Japanese love. Excellent. Confirm my order. Alright. Where are my lights at? There we go. Where are my every lights at? Yeah, that's more like it. Now they'll know we're coming. I have my doubts that we're going to make this delivery on time now after that slight delay. Oh, also, I'm so tired I need to sleep. Perhaps I shouldn't have left. There'll be an opportunity to rest at the next petrol station, though. We'll take that. Why didn't you go to Okinawa? Try to do the Three Mountains in real life. So, there were plenty of things that I was left thinking, man, I could have done this, I should have done that. I wanted to go and see Hokkaido, I did want to go to Okinawa, I wanted to go to that other island in Japan that I forget the name of. The more major one in the southwest, what's it called? I went to Shikoku, but not Kyushu, thank you. But the way I see it is I've just left that stuff for later. I will return to Japan, and I want to return when I have better Japanese skills as well, particularly conversational skills. Because I was left with this genuine feeling of having met a higher form of life. I mean, I'm sure Japan has plenty of downsides, but it just seemed like their people still had something that we've long lost in Western society. It's a bit rich to say Western society, it's not like I speak for everyone, but I just feel like there's a sense of community and looking out for each other that has long since been abandoned. And I like that. I also like the fact that it seemed like people could earnestly pursue what they want to do, as long as they conform to rigid Japanese societal standards. Now, I don't like that second part, but I also wouldn't really care about it for myself. Inward perfection, there we go. And they do have a big thing for perfection. Seems like there's a right way to do things in Japan. It's the right way because it's the right way. But by doing things properly, they also present high levels of quality and service. So yeah, highly impressed with my time there, and I will definitely be going back, although I don't want to do another 14 and 16 hour journey again, so I need to figure that one out. Maybe take a pit stop somewhere along the way. Although I can't think of anywhere along the way that I want to go to. Well, maybe I could eventually get that Russia visit done, but it would be central to Eastern Russia. Otherwise it's not really cutting out much of the journey, is it? Well, that's a future Jake problem to figure out. Well, I found it very hard to understand Japanese people who were talking to me. I was kind of left wondering where the subtitles button was. Because it's also sound-based, you don't have the kanji to start understanding what they're actually saying. And they talk so fast. Why have they gotta talk so fast? I'm clearly a foreigner here, stop speaking so quickly. Right, there we go. Ooh, God, that felt like a long dark. Right, let's get moving. You also hop through all the local dialects. There was that idea that Manawa has the hardest to understand dialect, or was that Akko? Did you get a bunch of Nihon Jozu? I did get my Nihon Jozus. I got my first one within an hour. Really basic as well. What was it? I was picking up my rail pass, and she gave me this English diagram of how to use the JR rail pass. And she was like, oh, read this. And I just said, oh, okay. And I just said, I will take a photo of it. What did I say? What did I say? God, I've forgotten it now. What's photo again? Ah, yes, shashino totemasu. So I said that, and she, oh, Nihongo Jozu, and it was very cringeworthy, but I still laughed. I got another one when I was trying to pay for something in a shop, but she didn't want the money. I was a little confused, and she pointed over, but no, there's this giant machine next to the cashier, which you will use. So it's kind of like those automatic machines that we have in supermarkets here, but they still employ people to scan the items and bag them for you. But you still go to a machine for it. It's still a whole load of superfluous employment, but probably with good reason. And she pointed at it, and she said, God knows what she was saying, but she was indicating that I can use it. And then I saw it, and I said, kantan so, because it looked so easy to use. And she goes, claps her hands, and goes, Nihongo Jozu. And then I laugh again. Oh, it was all very cute, Pepper. A lot of loud, polite exclamations and bowing of heads, and it's just, oh, lovely. Future Jake has all the beauty of Hungarian language to look forward to instead of collecting more Nihongo Josus. Yeah, I'm not really sure I'm gonna pick up Hungarian in Hungary. My goal is to generally get away from people, so I'm not sure I want to interact with Hungarians all that much. Not enough to spend my valuable brain power rubbing my grey cells together to understand that Finno-Ugric language. Is it Torimas? I thought it was Totemas. Well, Ninjin would know better than me. Having been there for God knows how long. Whoa! What's with the traffic here? Okay, I just wanted a face full of kerosene. Here we go. There we go. Not nearly enough people standing around doing nothing in these roadworks. Where's the guy with the big light-up lightsaber standing at the end, waving it around to indicate that roadworks are being done here? Totemas works. It's the colloquial form. Just ride a train through Russia from... Whoa, hold on, just had the same issue with my kerosene there again. Ride the train through Russia from Moscow to Vladivostok, then go on a ship to Japan from there. The train ride is only 6 days long. It's funny, when my friend took that, took the Trans-Siberian line, I think it was over a week? Maybe it's a different kind of journey. In any case, it's tempting. Man, riding a train is just so much better than riding a plane. Although I don't know what kind of train they use for that journey. It'd be a nice experience as well, I'm sure. I just hope they have internet on that thing. Nah, I could just play loads of Long Dark when I'm on it. That works as well. The Trans-Siberian is to Beijing, as I recall. Really? I had no idea. I thought it was all inside Russia. But I don't know, I'm not the Russiophile around here, that'd be barren. I don't have any great desires to see Russia in particular. I do like to travel, so it's something I'd like to tick off the list, but it just looks so drab and downbeaten with miserable people in it. I mean, Jinx, just look at the Russians we have in this community. Think of the country that spawned them. It's not encouraging, is it? What is så lite skatt in Hungarian? I'll doubtlessly have to pick up a few phrases. No, probably not right now, Yoshida-san, but in the future. Yeah, we don't have Hungarian release of Caesar 3. But didn't somebody pick up a Japanese version? I'm really curious about that. On reflection, I wish I'd checked the bookstores for Japanese copy of Caesar 3. In particular, Book Off. Book Off is the top shop for Japanese books and really everything buying. So they had books, games, DVDs, CDs, and a lot of it is trade-in, but okay, being the impossibly cleanly country that it is, all these traded-in things are still in remarkably good nick. The only thing I ended up fishing through was for a copy of Tenshin Sozo, or Terranigma. Is it Tenshin Sozo? Sozo? That doesn't seem right. Anyway, Terranigma. A game I love, and I do want to play it through in Japanese someday. But I'd need some pretty great Japanese powers to truly understand it. Used manga volumes for 100 yen, exactly. So good. Makes me wish I had like my own little pocket wormhole that could just take me out to those shops and pick up what I need when I need. And you just look at them thinking, how many of these titles remain unlocalized or untranslated? Whole worlds out there. You can see why people spend a long time in them. And the fun thing is they'll sell manga even at the tiny little convenience stores. A much reduced selection, of course, but certainly something cultural in there. Tenchi Sozo. There we go. Your community has such great Russians that they tried their best to stop being Russians. What's Aftish's fate? Is he still stuck in... Was he a Moscow guy? I don't know, Aftish doesn't show up much around here. But he lives on with us in his Caesar 3 military Urang. Just about every Caesar 3 stream always gets a question, why are your troops Russian? Maybe you'll enjoy Taiwan, it's quite similar to Japan like that. I think it'll be a while before I make another trip to Asia, because that is there's a lot of time spent traveling there. Thinking about my journey there, like my day started 8 AM in Stockholm and finished 11 PM the following day when I get to my apartment in Tokyo. A rough journey. The passing of the night was spent in a lounge in Istanbul, and it looked like it would be really good if you arrived there at not 1 AM. But at least it was, at least you could get a shower there. Get a shower, some cold, nasty food, and move on. He works for a German tech company or something. Aftish is in Moscow, but currently hiding in the snowy north, siphoning German money. Are we going to see pictures from the great Konbini in Shinkansen? I didn't take photos of the trains, I think. I'm not enough of a train nerd to be doing that. I don't think I took photos of the Konbini as well. I took one photo of the printing machine in a Konbini, but I don't think I took photos of the convenience stores themselves. Not that my photos would show you anything that you couldn't see online of them, but I would actually say Konbinis are the biggest thing that I miss from Japan already. Sure, there are greater, less tangible things like Japanese societal ordeals or their cleanliness and properness, or of course their onsens, which I didn't rate that highly, but the convenience stores are actually convenience stores. I feel like we have only inconvenience stores here in Europe, but you can do everything in there. You pay your taxes, get a hot meal, cold meal, coffee, printing. And then Alpha could probably list several other things you can do in those convenience stores. And you can buy pretty much anything. A very modest selection of anything, but pretty much anything. You pay your taxes in a convenience store in Japan. Yes, Pepper Ann. Pay for online shopping, buy tickets. Yes, so Remy Guzged. When I was traveling, I wanted to play more Long Dark, but my brilliant idea was that I would use my tablet for the maps, but my tablet I use for my chat when I am traveling whilst I stream. My streaming setup is one laptop and one tablet. The tablet I set up separately as the chat, and I prop it up so I can read that whilst I'm playing on the single screen laptop. But that didn't leave me with a screen for any maps. So what I did was I transferred the files to a USB stick, and then at this point I wasn't aware of the glory of the convenience stores in Japan, so I went to an electronics store and I told them, hey, I've got some pictures here and I want them printed out on normal paper. I couldn't think how to say normal paper, so I think I just used normal and paper, and I can't remember what those are now. I always forget the word for normal. I was directed to an automatic photo printing thing which prints on photo paper, which is not what I was after. Anyway, after a bit of searching around, I actually find the word for office paper, which I've already forgotten again, and they say, try the Konbini. I was like, why would the convenience store be able to do that? And I go there and I find this massive printer. It's very cheap, very fast, very easy to use, and it printed out, I think, 21 A3 pages of color maps. A3 is twice the size of A4. I was contemplating getting A2, but I would have had to fold them up to travel with them, and I didn't want big old creases in my Long Dark maps. This is probably one of my favourite Wii tunes from this royalty-free selection. Great memories of playing Motorsport Manager to this tune. Whoa! Ripes. What even happened there? I think we nicked the edge and then over we go. Ooh, that's not good. Where are we going now? Dover? Well, I'm actually probably going to Dover, so that's okay. I don't think this kerosene's arriving on time. Or at the exact amount that we were given. There are print shops in Germany, they're not integrated into convenience stores. Yeah, but there are convenience stores everywhere in Japan. In the smallest, most remote places to the point where you can see 3 convenience stores in one field of view in a busy city. They are truly everywhere. And that means all of that convenience is at your fingertips everywhere. It's so good. Alright, sweet. That was actually a bit of a shortcut that we took there. Well, as they say, shortcuts make for long delays, but we are hitting the road again. My closest one is a minute away. There are 3 more within 5 minutes, says Ninjin. Ninjin is, however, a city slicker. Not going to be that close in many of the places I visited, but they're still everywhere and still very convenient. It sounds very... Indeed it does! Never mind the fact that you can very happily and easily get hot food. So it's kind of like... So take a convenience store. Let's say Menzies. Does Menzies still exist? Well, let's say it does. So you've got food there, you got books there, you got like cosmetic things, bathroom things, little bits of DIY things. But you can also print there. You could get a hot coffee. You're hungry. You can go and get some hot food there, like a Greggs. So integrate Greggs into Menzies. Integrate a Costa Coffee into Menzies. Pretty small one, but still one. Integrate your print stock into Menzies. And then, whoops, you've got a Japanese konbini. Also, integrate some genuinely friendly, helpful staff there. I was left thinking, you know, if I could re-roll my life again, it seems like it looked like a really comfy place to have a job. Maybe like get a student weekend job working at a Japanese konbini. But alas, I doubt my life will ever take that much of a convoluted spin. Still very cute, though. Oh, sweet Jesus, we're driving on the wrong side of the road, says Alan Oakes. Don't worry, we're going to go and drive on the right side of the road real soon. But right now, we drive on the King's side of the road. Something weird was going on with the rendering of that guy's back window plates. I think we could see all the way through his van for a wee bit. I could pick up the pace, so I might see more in there, but no, he's taken off. Dover, London, Southampton, Plymouth. Yeah, my own isekai. That'd be horrible. I don't think I'd want to re-roll my life. I've made a pretty good roll. Just stat max luck, and then most other things follow through. Yeah, the asshole did speed up when we tried to pass him. Very, very poor driving ethics, that. Probably illegal as well? Hard to say. Probably would be, since it's such a nasty move to do. So, a little war story. The first store I went to in San Francisco had their toothbrushes locked up for theft prevention. And almost everything else. The worker I had to call to unlock it came and said, "I hate this," to my face. Yeah, I'd be saying that a lot too. In fact, come to think of it, I do say that a lot too, in Sweden. I'm struggling to think of many things that were locked up in Japan. Yeah, really not a lot coming to mind, in the shops at least. Alright. Make way. Like, even their sex products were just, you know, just go and grab it. There we go. Yeesh. Well, I don't like paying extra money, but on we go. So I feel like there's a lot of societal trust going on around there. hard off do lock away some of their most expensive stuff. Probably not their toothbrushes, though. You know they're in the bad neck of the woods when it's the beef jerky that's locked up. Oh yeah, vending machines. I don't think I'm not sure I took any photos of the vending machines, but vending machines were also everywhere. I feel like I've heard a statistic of something like there's one vending machine for every 3 people in Japan. That can't be right. There's a lot of people there. There aren't that many vending machines. But they are everywhere, and although I looked at them and thought I can't think of a reason I'm going to use one of these, I did end up using them quite a bit. Because even if the convenience stores are ultra convenient, sometimes the vending machines are more convenient. And usually it's just for a drink of juice. But still, there they are, and very convenient. I think I tried some Pocari Sweat, and I did not like it. If it's what I was thinking of. I had a drink that was kind of like a thin jelly with chunks, and it was carbonated. Carbonated jelly? I'm hopefully never going to drink that again, because that was beyond strange. I don't like carbonated drinks, but now I know I don't like carbonated jelly. It sounds horrible. Well, Swedes love carbonation so much that they actually get carbonation on tap. We had carbonated water on tap at Paradox. Oh right, I'm in Europe. I gotta drive on the right hand side. We're delivering kerosene, Shen. Formerly 23 tons of kerosene, now it's more like 20 and a bit tons of kerosene. Maybe some people could be helpful and give us some lovely uses for kerosene. Rammstein didn't do a song on this, they did it on benzene. Probably related. It's airplane fuel. Somehow those dirty Continentals that show those dirty Continentals that King's Law applies everywhere. Drive on the left side of the road. It can be done, but it becomes a bit of a bullet hell dodging all the oncoming vehicles, and sometimes you just get an unavoidable pattern that you cannot avoid. Yeah, sometimes you take the hard shoulder, but you know, in a case like that, there were too many barricades up. Oh god, the signs are in some unreadable language here. The Rammstein song also mentions kerosene as a thing they need. Well, I don't understand German, so I never knew what they were singing about in Rammstein, but I always liked Rammstein. My middle brother, he was a big fan of it, so I was always hearing his CDs, and eventually I copied or burned his CDs for myself and enjoyed listening to it. And back in the days when we used to play fighting games together long into the night, he'd generally put on 2 bands, System of a Down and Rammstein. Good times. For him, I assume. Me, I'm not big into fighting games, it was just him kicking my ass constantly. I had to leave for a bit. Did I miss any of Chef Ren's holiday photo sessions? Can't blame you for your love of Chef Ren there. It's going to be a while before he exits my mind. But no, the next photo session is in 126 miles when we arrive at Le Havre to give them the 20.08 tons of kerosene that they ordered. There's a helicopter in the sky. Far away helicopter. UN helicopter. Don't need sleep, don't need fuel, but I do need to get my rear in gear. Oh god, there's only 48 minutes remaining on this job, and they're expecting it in... Well, I'm expecting to arrive there in 2.5 hours. I don't think Le Havre is getting that. With 20 tons of fuel, this truck cannot quite do 160 miles an hour. What a throwback. Marco Antonio playing Hoi 3 is in my recommended streams. Next thing you know, Jake's doing EU3 Mongolia. EU3 Mongolia was rough. I tried it actually, and I discovered an interesting bug when playing it. And now I can't remember what it was. What was it? It was to do with vassalage and horde-type government. If I recall, in EU3, it was not possible to vassalize a horde. But I managed to get a setup where, as Mongolia, you end up as a vassal of Ming and still retain horde government. This was probably a decade or more ago, so I can't remember how that ended up being important, but I really loved chewing through Europa Universalis and finding every little bug and exploit and unintended mechanic that I could. The whole reason the Ryukyu World Conquest became possible as a horde was because when I was playing, I found that Genoa had become a horde, and I could not for the life of me figure out how. So naturally, I chewed through what had happened, and because Genoa owns some wrong religious land, they can get some religious rebels spawned, and when religious rebels break your country, not just accepting demands, but breaking your country, they don't just enforce religion, they enforce the government type of their main core spawned province, something like that. And thus we had Genoa as a horde. And using that information was how I did, I think at the time, the fastest EU4 Ryukyu World Conquest. I doubt it was the fastest World Conquest period, but it was fast. Because it's possible to collapse Ryukyu into a horde. EU3, that's so deep lore. I loved EU3. EU3 is the whole reason my life took a different turn. And I don't just mean ending up in Sweden and working at Paradox and streaming. I mean, I was actually a half-decent university student before I discovered EU3. And then I never studied again. What a picturesque game this is. You know, European Truck Simulator 2 had to go through Steam Greenlight. Remember when that was a thing? I'm a little bitter about that in conflicting ways. On one side, you know, what is quality control on Steam? But on the other hand, the Greenlight process was extreme arbitration on Steam's side. They actually rejected Euro Truck Simulator once or twice before allowing it on Greenlight, and then, oh, it was kind of petty at the time. Greenlight developers had to really beg for people to thumb up their game, and then Steam would allow it. Some games just said, hey, if you thumb this up on Greenlight, we'll give you the game for free. Practices like that are probably why Greenlight went away and Steam just decided they'd have almost anything on their site. But it's how I got a free copy of Gurumin, A Monstrous Adventure, which I never played on PC because I already played it on PSP. If you haven't played it before, it's actually a surprisingly good action platformer. Very cutesy, very Japanese, but well put together. Real G's like myself bought ETS2 before it was on Steam, Setnix. Where could you even buy it before Steam at that point? Were they brick and mortar retailing the game, or did they have their own website for it? I don't know. SCS had a store. I assume by had, you mean they don't have it anymore. Why would they? Steam is all the market share. Remember back in the day when we had those doctored images that showed hentai games on Steam? Bet we all thought that would never truly happen. I mean, I do wish there was a bit more quality control on it, but what can you do? Come on, open up a page of my Eurodollars. No time remains on the kerosene. What kind of excuse are we going to have to pull? We can't exactly tell them that we tipped their load twice, and hopefully they don't measure the amount of kerosene that's in there. A nice thing about a freight job is that you don't get charged for damage on the container. At least I don't think you get charged for damage on the container. But if you bring your own container, the profit margin is higher, but you have to pay for the maintenance of it. And I have a funny way of doing damage to it constantly. I think it all started with Honey Pop. Yeah, but Honey Pop was actually a good game. It was also really very Western. Comedian says, please do not ignore me. Are you one of those EU4 streamers that participated in the Paradox Grand LAN? The grandest LAN. I was in the first 3 grandest LANs. I don't know if they've had one in person since I left, but it's the definitive EU4 experience. And yes, I was a player and caster on the very first one, and I think I was just a caster in the following 2. But my memory grows hazy. Even so, they were amazing. My times in Poland, before I visited Krakow, were all for those, and they were great. Chefren and Capitalism Lab are not on Steam, but Imperator is. The injustice of it all. I think that Chefren and Capitalism Lab are not on Steam by their own accord. I know Capitalism Lab is. They don't want to have their game on Steam. And I don't think I really understand their reasonings very well. They want to have better control over the game, like the mods, for example. But I still don't think it's... You know, I'm not buying it, basically. Not buying their excuse, that is. I certainly bought the games. I think my streams of... Well, I know that my streams of Capitalism Lab caused a surge of sales for them. They seemed quite happy about that, and they gave me a lot of free copies of the game, which I think I have since now all given out. The people that get to enjoy the game, the better. It is... I actually struggle to think of a better economic game than Capitalism Lab. Or at least better economic mechanics. The game as a whole, you feel the date. You feel the lack of content after a while as well. Even so. Right, so we're late, but we're in France. They probably expect us to be late, and they still pay us. Normally, when things go this badly, my margins end up negative, but good job for us. So, it claims that we're in Le Havre. We're actually going to claim that we've made it to my second destination. We'll have a refresher on that, I dare to say. We get to our destination, we do some blogging, and then we carry on. So, back through all of that. Can we make that bigger? Do we have the technology? There we go. So from Tokyo, after I'd had my expedition to Koriyama and Ito, and that place next to Ito whose name I can't remember, I definitely wanted to get away from the urban sprawl, and my glorious logic was that when I went to a lake in Hungary, I had a great time. So I thought, I'll find a lake. Really only one major lake around here, I'm not counting inland seas, so I went, okay, I'm gonna go to Biwa. And Biwa I went to. The place I was staying at was between Moriyama and Kama something or other. Honestly, I did not choose a great place to stay, but I was mostly using it as a hub to explore the local area, so let's get back to that. All these pictures, too bad, I've already stopped and talked about it. I really hope you go and eat there at Japanese Taco Bell, Alpha. Let me know what it's like. Because you had... how could you have Taco Bell in San Francisco and not have Taco Bell in Japan? Ah, there we go. Okay, so we're at Lake Biwa now. Why are we at Lake Biwa? Well, I do appreciate the view that we had there. Wasn't the best time of year for it, but we got the lake, we got the mountains, we got that kind of falling mist. To me, this is all very picturesque. Well, how many times have I crossed this bleeding bridge? Quite a few times. It's almost a kilometer. But that's it from one side and that's it from the other. Still a lot of urban sprawl, so I knew I still needed to go further away, but still a great time here. He's on cup noodles for the next month for his wallet to recover from our meal. Not that expensive, Jings. If you can't spend good money on good food every now and then maybe you need to ask Tokyo U for a raise. Right, so this is that convenience that I was so happy with. I didn't notice that. I'd been into convenience plenty of times, but I didn't notice there was this corner of very professional things to do, like your tax-paying machine and, of course, your printer here. This took every kind of memory card that you would conceivably have. And there we have my printout of A3 sheets of long dark maps. And I'm glad I did, because I still get lost on them. And so I was flicking through those manually when streaming from Japan. But once again, look, there's anime on the freaking thing. Could you imagine going into a library in Europe? You go to the printer to print out your thesis papers or your references for whatever, or your CV, and you just see anime on it? It'd be weird, right? But there, it is just everywhere. Where in the world was I for this? What day is that? I don't think this is Omahachi, man, because it's the same day that I did printing. I think I found a quiet street in Koriyama, or wherever I was, or Moriyama. Anyway, this was so picturesque, and I took a photo of this thinking, this is kind of what I want to see. I want to be exploring a region that looks like this. Unfortunately, just to the left and to the right of this photo, there's high-rises and concrete and disgusting urban sprawl, but this is just like, Oh, that little river running through it, those nice little grown-up gardens, those cutesy little Japanese-looking houses. I was like, yeah, I feel like I'm in Persona 4 or something. It was great. And so too were the mountain ranges. I loved seeing this. There was a lot of me strolling across Lake Biwa, listening to the waves, thinking, this is so good. But I love doing that around in nature. Where's Chie when you need her? Dunno, ask Lucky. So a lot of the food that you get served there looks like this. Lots of different plates or bowls of things in. Always miso, always rice, always some kind of fish. I didn't take tons of photos of the food, but some of it blew me away. This one didn't really. I don't think they do particularly good tempura in Japan for whatever reason, but the whole presentation of it is so very cute. Where in the world did I get this? I got this in... Yeah, this was in Obama. Yeah, this wasn't so hot, but the salted bream that they gave me afterwards really, really was. Why are the shrimps so large? Everything's just bigger in Japan, don't you know? But now I'm pretty sure I'm in Omahachi, man. I loved this place. Of all the places I was visiting, this is one place where I thought I would move here. I think I'd be pretty happy moving here. It has a bit of urban sprawl, but just enough to have enough amenities for you to want to be there. It's a bit of a tourist trap as well, but it is gorgeous. I was walking along this canal with flanked by old buildings, bridges across it, lots of happy-looking people, and it's surrounded by hills and fields and rice paddies, and I was just, loved being there, very happy, and unfortunately, okay, we can get to the unfortunate part later. This was the best food I had in Japan, hands down. Sorry Ninjin, but this relatively cheaper meal does beat the extravagance of Tokyo Meat. But this is their eel on rice, some kind of lunch set that they were doing there, and my god, it was good. I don't know what they do to that eel. Feels like they glazed it in some kind of brown sugar glaze, but it was unbearably delicious. And of course it has all the wee side things, and they're very small and inconsequential, but just so properly done. Even those tiny little squares of what I assume is some kind of fish liver was just so good. Yeah, there was a lot of good food in Japan, but this one was top dog by a clear amount. Eventually, after exploring Omahachi-man, I needed to return to Biwa. And what was it? Well, according to this, it was about 3:30. And I had it in my head that, you know, it's a lovely-ish day. I'll just walk back to Biwa. It didn't look that far on the map. It was 16 kilometers, but, you know, walking through these cute wee rice paddies. This I really like, though, like the roads to nowhere that meet at these junctions at rice paddies with their infrequent cars, and all driving on the king's side of the road, I might add. Made for a lovely sight, and I was happy to take a walk, especially with views like this. Now, this isn't really urban sprawl to me, just village or small town baked into the hills with plenty of fields around it. I loved it. So it was pretty great. And even these cute wee signs there. This is yelling at you to not throw your rubbish right out of your cars. I was laughing at it, and then I walked away, and then I came back to take a photo. Because, yeah, I think if a European depicted an Asian like that in a picture, it would be all kinds of racist. But no, they do it to themselves, so it's A-okay. Anyway, don't toss your rubbish away. In general, though, I never saw rubbish lying around except on beachcombing. A lot of rubbish washes in from the sea. Don't know who we blame for that, though. Walking around, found a lot of beaches, all empty, probably because it was late, relatively cold, and the wrong season for it. But still lovely to see. I even saw a little shrine to the left of the photo here, which of course I don't have the picture for. But still cute. There's so many of these little things hidden away in places in Japan that I think you'd need a lifetime to even explore Tokyo and find it all. Anyway, one thing that I am not used to is how quickly it gets dark at this, what do you even call it, elevation, distance from the equator, whatever you want to call it. See, I'm used to it being a long transition from light to dark. It's not long here. It got real dark real fast. I ended up walking past, what is it, Seabream World or something? It was just closing. I really don't have any idea what it is, but maybe someday I'll find out. But yeah, it got so dark. So for the final 5 kilometers of the 16-kilometer walk, it was lit up by passing cars at least. But still nice to be by the lake on that long walk home. But I was done by the end of that. Very done. Okay, we're actually already done. We're leaving Biwa already to head south. Because as nice as Biwa was, the only thing that I feel like I truly got out of it and went wow with was how lovely Omahachi-man was. So good. You know, if I end up 6 or 12 months down the line going, wow, I actually hate Hungary, or Hungary hates me, I would give some serious thought to moving to Omahachi-man or somewhere like it. Still, we're already taking off, and take off we shall, so where are we heading to? We're heading to, I think it's Manawa. Things I forgot now. Can we get back to the map? Pretty weird. Japan is on the same latitude as Portugal. Don't worry, we're going to Portugal. Yes, Manawa next. Already done with Biwa. I was there for 6 nights, I think. Don't have a lot of photos to show for it, but I'm not much of a photo-taking guy. Sorry, we'll blast through it. Shout out to Windows Photo thing for being a terrible program. Alright, things start to get really scenic when I hit Manawa, but now we really need to go and hit Manawa. Let's get a job. Great market as ever. We are here in Le Havre, and we need to make our way south. Ooh, Madrid. It's very convenient. Burgos with more kerosene? Oh, we can handle kerosene. This is a job that we're getting in the city that we deliver some busted up, partially missing and late kerosene. But we'll get more, I think. I mean, what's going to Madrid? Used plastics? Hardly the most exciting thing. Alright, let's go. Good, let's burn France down to the ground with all the kerosene. What did France do to you? I've been to France 2 times in my life, I think. Stayed in a castle both times. Chateau Bobo and Chateau... I forget the other one. Probably not important then. Hang on, is the job here? Is it the same load of kerosene? It is! Okay, well sure, why not? So they took what's left of my kerosene, and then looks like they just pumped it over to a new, different branded truck. Yeah, I guess so. It's funny, that's kind of what you do in Capitalism Lab. In Capitalism Lab, before you have all of your own things set up, your own product lines and whatnot, you import cheap Chinese crap off the shore, and then you just slap your own branding on it. God, I miss Capitalism Lab. I kind of wish there was a reason to go back to it, but When I played Capitalism Lab last time, we did everything, and I mean everything in it. Market dominance in every good, provided every good and service. We even set up society to live in the pods with maximum density and had them consume. They weren't even allowed to go to shops, they had to buy everything online. Miserable life. Life satisfaction was down the pits, but it was unbelievably profitable. We ran the government as well. Good times. Every time Jake brings up Capitalism Lab, he's actually talking about real life. Well, in the end, Capitalism Lab is just a model. Of course, that stuff wouldn't work in real life. There's too many accursed laws that get in the way. When we created a shell company to heave off all of our debt onto and then sell off and collapse, there were some people very unhappy. But, you know, that's just how it goes. We've all seen Margin Call, right? Come on, Jake. Not with that attitude, Joe. Man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Yeah, Capitalism Lab was great. They are continuing to work on it, but at a very slow pace. I'm pretty sure it's a hobby project. And maybe that's for the better. And maybe the whole idea of not going onto Steam and keeping it kind of small paced like that lets them maintain that level of soul. I want to admire my Brazilian flag. Can I get a good view on that? Hey, there we go. Ryukyuan colors, Brazilian flag. What's the most official or diplomatic connection that Japan and Brazil have ever had? Have they ever had some alliance or trade deal that we don't know about, or famous people exchanges? I mean, modern day Japan was built by mysterious imported foreigners, but were any of them Brazil? Lots of Japanese Brazilians are here, Jake. What does one call this phenotype? Every BR in this chat is a giant weeb. I don't think that's quite true. Zico went to play football in Japan. I'm not going to claim to know who Zico is. So many Brazilian Japanese that ATMs have Portuguese as a language option. Yeah. When it came to language options on things, what was there generally? Japanese, Chinese, simplified Japanese, Korean, English. I don't recall seeing Portuguese much though. I think there's this idea that if you are clearly a Western foreigner, then you speak English and you're probably American. Not many people recognised, or at least vocally recognised, that I was from Scotland, but a few people did, and it was always surprising and charming when they did. One convenience store guy did. Straight away just said, "Oh, are you from Scotland?" You could barely hear him though. The Japanese are very quiet. Very quiet and very fast speaking, making it not very easy to pick up on what they're saying. Scottorando. Yes. In the tsunami warnings, they blast warnings in Japanese, English, Chinese, Korean, and Portuguese. Come now, Kaiser, I wear a bit more than a kilt. I wear kilt, hose, flash, sporran, belt, and leather waistcoat as well. It's all nicely color-coded as well. Brown shoes. Brown belt, brown sporran, brown shirt. Green socks, green flash, green kilt. Yeah, it's a big thick belt with a horrifically... Oh, crikey. Oh, double crikey. It's alright, the kerosene is fine. The tour bus is not. Got a big thick belt buckle with a thistle on it. Someday I should get one that's a little less cringe, but I think I've had that since I was 14, so I'll keep on having it. The French should have banned you. Good. Don't worry, we're leaving France. They know that this kerosene is going to be spilt on Spanish soil now. BR has a large overseas Japanese community. However, they became BR, yet are allowed to resettle in Japan. There's huge culture clash sometimes. Becoming BR. Wait, Japanese that became BRs? Now that sounds unsettling. I'm not sure if the opposite sounds more unsettling. The Japanese somehow expect the BR Japanese to have retained their roots. Yeah, I could see that being a culture clash. Brazilians are kind of crazy. Japanese so rigid. BR Japanese are loud, untidy, etc. Careful now, Twitch has some stringent rules about generalizations about nationalities and ethnicities that you're not allowed to make. You're not allowed to imply that an entire race of people smell bad, for example. Even though, well, you know, we all know. So we getting tired here? When's our next rest stop due? Oh, we need a rest stop in an hour and a half. God, it's a long journey. France is a little bit bigger than I remember. Well, we'll take a rest stop in about an hour. This isn't Long Dark, where you can keep moving despite total exhaustion. Oh, hang on. Can I not take this route? Oh, damn you French police. I needed to go that way, and you've just gone and elongated my journey. People who say Brazilians are loud have never met an Arab or an Italian. How about the Indians? I know India's a big place. There's a lot of Indians. Old Jake would have went that way. Well, I'd have to find some kind of parallel universe piercing speed because there's a big invisible wall that stops you going that way. Frozen Kaiser's a lot like Nitro. He was just a little boy when he joined this community. Now he's some kind of man-child. Dare I take this opportunity to rest? I think I dare. How devilish, though. The rest stop is beyond the toll, so you gotta pay to sleep. Yeah, riding around in the dark seems a little dangerous. Wait, it says it's 1:30 in the afternoon. Why is it so dark? Or am I not reading that right? It says it's Sunday, 13:34. No, I think that's the expected time of arrival. Current time is Saturday, 11:30 at night. Reading comprehension. Right, well, let's take one of these truck stops. Yeah, go. Only 8 hours of... Oh, it's raining! Ah, one of my favorite weather types. I've heard people who say they like the wind. Now that I can't understand. I forgot to change the Polish sign on my truck. I don't know what Dizendori means, but... well, it means something, right? Ah, there we go. I always have a fond memory of... Now my mum might be watching, so plug your ears here. Driving around with one of my friends, and just for fun decided to see how long I could go without turning on the windscreen wipers before he said anything. Got pretty hard to see for after a while, but eventually piped up, and then I got my laugh and turned them back on. Anyway, driving in the rain is great fun. I highly recommend it. Means good morning in Polish. Oh. We need to switch that out. I wonder if this game takes Japanese characters. Why not, Sal? Once upon a time, Brazil was a thriving and advanced country. It's just, after a while, they decided to stop advancing, and maybe even regressing a bit. They took the return to monkey meme too seriously. It's all a bit rich. I've never been to Brazil. But I feel like if I do, I'll be activating some kind of curse. That'll be the moment my luck actually turns sour. I drove a car without working wipers in heavy rain down the highway. I could only see white lines pretty much. Okay, now, why would you not attempt to fix that? I remember my dad on snowy days, though. Too much snow for the windscreen wipers to manage, so he just get out and... Well, not get out, but lean out the window and use his arm to scrub the windshield as we go along. Good times. Big issue is gringos always go to Rio and think that Brazil is a dump. No, Rio is a dump. Rio is a dump. I trust my cousin's judgment. Then again, it's the same cousin that just robbed some market seller of their tea. Are all capitals universally awful? Well, as I was saying earlier, there are capitals that I've been to that I do enjoy. Vilnius, Edinburgh, and Budapest. And who knows, there might be more out there. I mean, I'd still say I enjoyed Tokyo, but I still didn't like it for its urban sprawl. I liked Amsterdam, Vienna, and Prague as far as capital goes. I keep hearing good things about Prague. I suppose being in Hungary, it should be very easy to go and see Prague someday. I'll get around to it. My friends are almost universally useless at committing to those kinds of journeys. I'm sure I'll catch them eventually. Hey, I wonder if I can look up top from here. Okay, no, it wasn't giving me the camera angle. I wanted to see from above with that cool blocky design overhead. I got offered to buy drugs in Amsterdam. I was 10, says Athelwyn. And get him hooked early. You got a customer for life. You never know how rich a kid is. Sometimes they get hefty pocket money. Sometimes they make their own money, right? Well, all got the internet these days. I remember hearing a story when I was way back in school, shortly after the internet kind of arrived in life. And I heard a story of a kid, although on reflection, this is probably just... I'm sure somebody did it. I doubt anybody knew such a guy. But anyway, kid just makes a domain, fills it with advertisements, and calls it something similar to something popular. I don't think Google was around at that point, or popular at that point, so it was something like Yahoo, but with 3 O's. It wasn't that, but something like that. And then he made enough money to buy himself a drum kit. I remember thinking, wow, what a great idea, but I'm probably too late to do it. Prague is nice. Weird seeing Nightfall and all the partiers come out. I wonder what the nightlife would be like there. Surely great. But isn't the nightlife great in all European capitals? Hard to think of any that must really suck. Well, okay, maybe if you go to Albania, it's not going to be so hot. Maybe. Making some unfair generalizations here. Russell's nightlife is a bit meh, says Linka. Oh, crikey, almost missed a turn off for Bordeaux. Where are we even going here? South, south, and more south. Just trying not to accidentally make waypoints. Yeesh, it's a trick. Trip, rather. Let's go. So many tolls in France. It's like I'm back in Poland. Are there really this many tolls in France? Does the state not own the roads? See, I was under the impression that toll roads are generally privately owned. So they enact a toll so that people who want to take their shortcut, dare we call it that, they gotta pay for it. But if it's government-owned toll roads, then I'm gonna start feeling a bit weird about it. Probably refuse to pay. Just blast on through. What are they gonna do? I'm not French. I don't live in France. The highways are mostly privately owned. Oh, jeez. Sometimes the state makes tolls for paying maintenance. Ah. Are there many toll roads in Britain? I can only think of when there used to be a Forth Road Bridge toll. It's gone now. I don't think it ever existed when I drove. Could be wrong, though. Toll roads in Australia are built by the government, then they're given to private companies to run. That just seems all sorts of off. Is it not your God-given criminal right to be able to drive wherever you want in a country where you can't get anywhere without driving? Unless you want to take one of the 4 train lines, as we learnt when playing OpenTTD. Probably from you, Tarkin. Alright, well at least I can get some proper speed going now. 80 miles an hour. The numbers would look bigger if we're doing kilometers per hour, but I cannot shake the fact that I am British. Oh, this looks good. The little jet streams coming out of the... well, jet stream's not the right word, but there is some kind of stream coming out of the back wheels of the vehicles. The gentle rain. I've always loved rain in video games, ever since Majora's Mask comes to mind. Day 2 is a rainy day, and it was just so cozy to sit back and watch that rain fall whilst the moon comes ever closer. What other games have very comfy rain? Preferably older games, because these days graphical fidelity is so high that it's just a bit meh. Back in the day, Harvest Moon Back to Nature had rain the size of meteorites. I wouldn't exactly call that so cozy, but it was still rain. 4 train lines, you gotta be fast with that. They're gonna use the least catastrophic event to bash it into oblivion. Wait, what? Am I reading this right? 4 train lines, you gotta be fast with that. They gonna use latest catastrophic event with it to bash it into oblivion. You've lost me, Ged. UK will section off the whole country into climate zones. Set a limit for travelling through zones. Wait, you serious? That can't be right. It's pretty difficult to read and drive. If I have to comprehend sentences like that too, we're going to end up spinning around again. I'm actually keen on getting the full payment for this kerosene if I can. It's £56,000, and as we may have noticed, our current garage, which has us in it, the Edinburgh garage where we're based, has not been making a lot of money per day. Now, I don't know who is causing the largest amount of negative profit per mile, but I'm thinking it might be Ellis. Maybe Balder, but we know that it's not William, and we know it's not Lucy. What do you think the J is in William's name? That is some deep channel lore. William J. William George, William J.J. Ho Ho. J.J. Ho Ho ever appear here anymore? What a slimy guy. Stop doing his radical red sheet, stop coming along here. Just made his own Discord and ran. Can't think of a single city in the UK where you can't meet all your needs in a 15-minute walk. Okay, well, city is a key word. Where I'm from, you can't meet any of your needs in a 15-minute walk unless you have a need for walking. Well, there's a fish and chip shops, and that's it. There are no other shops, no other services. Gotta go to the next town over. I thought there was a UK thing where a bunch of nut bars were paranoid about X-minute cities, and I certainly never heard about it. Sounds possible, though. Whoa, calm down, windscreen wipers. Where's the off button? There we go. When I do go to Hungary, I'm keen on getting a car. I haven't been driving in a long, long time, and I've never driven on the right-hand side of the road. But I kind of miss driving, especially if I don't have to go too far. Long journeys I'd get pretty impatient about. But in general, I quite like driving. Used to drive just about every day. Drove to my jobs in Aberdeen and Edinburgh. But eventually I didn't get a car in Edinburgh, so I just sold it, and I never got a car ever since. I do not miss my commute, says the real decoy. Commute didn't bother me for the longest time because I had to commute a long way to school. It was a 1-hour journey to school and back. So 2 hours every day, just burnt from having to travel a long distance. Ugh. But nowadays, I don't commute at all, so nay too shabby. There's the commute from the bedroom to the living room, and that's it. I've always been able to walk to school and work. That's quite enviable. But no, I lived way out in the country. It was 1 mile, maybe 1.5 miles to the bus stop, and then a 45-minute bus journey to the school. That sounds about right. That was unpleasant. Well, I mean, it wasn't unpleasant. A lot of time to chat and hang out with your friends before and after school on the bus. But still a horrific waste of time, especially when you just got in a new game and you want to no-life it. Or you want to play through Draken for the 20th time. Whoa, car, you got a death wish? Well, he is French, but come now. You have so much to potentially live for. At that point, I would have skipped school half the time. Yeah, after a while it did come to that, but only after I got my motorbike. A lot of things you learn outside of school. You need fuel. I do need fuel. According to our fuel gauge that we can see, we have enough fuel to do... Does that actually tell me how many miles of fuel I have left? I don't know. If I type I think I've still got 105 miles worth of fuel in the tank. That seems about right. Even so, we will stop off at the nearest opportunity if we remember, and hopefully we do. Oh, isn't that? That is my opportunity. I am amazed that the kerosene took no damage there. And we made the turn. Somehow. Sweet. Oh, easy now. So scratch the paint. Yeah, good morning to you in Polish. Right, let's go. Clear signposting. Don't even need to know languages to understand that. We made the turn, I'm not sure that's the right term. Well, we might be carrying a bit of the turn with us for a while, but that's okay. Hello, Eco. Engine off. £1.81 per litre of diesel. I think when I started driving, shortly after I started driving, there was this big hoo-ha because petrol was finally £1 per litre. And I remember the supermarket chain Asda said, we cannot justify charging £1 per litre, so we charge 99 pence. Well, it's 0.9, so 99.9 pence per litre. And that folded so fast. God knows how much petrol costs today. Probably a lot. I remember gas hitting €1 shortly after the euro became a thing. But the euro was so weak. Now, not so much. €2 per litre here, yikes. Do we not have cheaper alternatives these days? What about electric cars? Those are a thing now, right? I need to consider this when getting a car. Or it might be I find that, I don't need or want a car if everything's within walking distance at Balaton. Electric, natural gas are still cheaper, but not by so much anymore. Okay. They're so good, I'm sure you'll have a recharging port in Hungary. Are you getting at there, Kaiser? Can't be trusted. Man, what a cozy way to spend the day. Trucking is so good. Has anybody actually picked up the trucking game and tried it themselves? Assuming that you've seen these trucking streams and hadn't played it before. Because it really is almost therapeutically cozy to be driving your several tons of steel down these highways. They're less so when you pirouette with them. I have hundreds of hours in ETS2, points out Shiro. You and me both? How many hours do I have in this? Steam, tell me. Oh, wow, only 155. What about American Truck Simulator? Only 47, wow. Rookie numbers, that can't be right. 47 hours in it? Maybe. To be fair, that's not counting the many hours I spent playing UK Truck Simulator, which is definitely a less polished experience, but more, well, entirely focused on the UK. How do you have a rear view mirror? What are you talking about? If you mean that, that's not a rear view mirror, that's showing me the bit of road in front of where I am. So it's for letting you know if you're a little too close to something in front of you. Mostly used for parking, but maybe you run over some poor disabled child and you're pushing their wheelchair along and you need to check that it's there. I think that was a Mr. Bean skit. Hello, Policia. Oops. Oh, double oops, right. Right, well, we're doing exactly what we just talked about. Get out of here. Dude, come on. I got places to be. Your blinker's not gonna help. Get off! There we go. trash-eating stink bags, get off of my truck. At least they didn't damage the kerosene. I think the police have a thing or two to say about that. Is that actually the police? Or is that an ambulance car? I don't know, but we need to put the pedal to the metal. 45 miles per hour is not enough. Speed up. If only we had lost some kerosene, we could do with lower weight. Okay, but we all saw that. That was not my fault. They immediately steered into us. If anything, we did the right thing in carrying on moving, kept us both alive. It's okay. You can't arrest me if I'm busy paying the toll. Paying the toll. There we go. 167 quid. I hope we can put these down as business expenses. Damn, remind me to never drive in France. Actually, I'll need to consider that when I'm in Hungary. Are they big on tolls in Hungary? They're huge on it in Poland. And that's basically the same country, so... need to look into that. I hate the idea of paying tolls. Come now, Wind Tears, the last trucking stream was aeons ago. Okay, only 300 miles to go though, until we get to Burgos. And the cargo is completely undamaged so far. Trying to keep it that way. The cargo container, well, that's not a concern, that's merely wear and tear. You can avoid tolls if you're brave enough to take the free roads. Ooh, that sounds fun. I'm a Scotsman, I should be all about the free roads. I think you do have highway tolls in Hungary, but as a resident, you might be paying for them through your taxes. Ooh. Would I have taxes in Hungary? Don't know, I need to look into that. These cars thinking they're better than me because they're slightly faster. Come on, just takes a bit of time to get the speed up. I wonder if I need to do some kind of engine upgrade. I feel like I'm lacking the power. And again, we are hauling 23 tons here. A whole lot more than many of your trucks in OpenTTD can do. Ah, man. Wish I could just have infinite time and actually no life OpenTTD as much as I want to. The max speed is 110 kilometers per hour and there's not so good maintenance state. I see. Well, I can't imagine that I'd want to do that much driving in Hungary anyway. Where would I want to go? If I want to go to Budapest, just take the train there. If I want to go elsewhere, then maybe I'd be driving, but I'd be driving in the middle of nowhere. Oh, see, here he goes again. Right, never mind you then. I'm taking the dedicated trucker lane. You might have noticed in the bottom right, every so often, our drivers are doing jobs for us and leveling up accordingly. Now, I don't remember if I have to manually... Hang on, do I have a message? Chat is not available. That's right, they made this game multiplayer at some point. World of Trucks, as I recall. Maybe they renamed it to Convoy, that sounds about right. But I'm wondering, are our leveled up drivers leveling themselves up? Or, oh god, they show up. They show up on the map now? They never used to do that. There's Gertruda. We don't see... Okay, I probably have them already set on their own level up policy, but some of them are getting extremely highly leveled. Hungarian tax residents. If one's only permanent home is in Hungary, or one spends at least 183 days in Hungary per calendar year, if one has no permanent home or a number of permanent homes in one or more countries as well as Hungary, and the centre of vital interest cannot be determined. Okay, so what taxes would I have to pay? If it's taxes on income, then... Well, my company would be in Sweden, probably. Well, I don't know, I'll figure it out. And if I figure out wrongly, someone will yell at me. And then I'll just say, haha, Wakari Masen lol, and then probably everything will be fine. Oh, this turn isn't fine. Ow, 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 ow! That was bouncy. So, kerosene isn't so fine anymore. Yeah, it'll buff out. Okay, we desperately need to stop at the nearest town and get this thing patched up. It's a bit of a distance to Bayonne. We need to go here. Too bad we can't see the damages, says Shin. Yeah, but there's probably a good reason that the truck licenses don't want their trucks to be depicted as banged up messes in the game. Imagine you get the license to have Scania or MAN trucks in your game, and then you have to model them being all beaten and broken. And then people just end up playing it like they're playing Burnout. Incidentally, I've got a game that I'll be playing like that tomorrow for the weekly one-shot. I forget its name. Road Destruction 3 or some such. Too shabby. So yeah, everything buffs out. Everything's already buffed out. Or maybe it's just ablative armor that we have in the front there with the chrome grail. Danger Zone, that's it, Danger Zone. I still think it's Danger Zone 3 though. Our maximum speed has been tanked by that damage. And our pay is going to be tanked by that damage as well. Right, I might have a bit of a plan to get through this approaching toll without paying. We'll see if it works. Where was I trying to go to? There is a toll coming up, right? Question is... Ooh, I'm a little dangerously close to Bordeaux. It probably won't work. Yeah, it takes me to Bordeaux. Can I get a little closer and then go to not Bordeaux and avoid the toll? Uh-oh, engine malfunction. Look out ahead! But still Bordeaux? Yeah, it's still Bordeaux. I need to go a little further before they'll take me to not Bordeaux. Hungarian personal income rates look about 3/5 of Sweden, but usually the devil is in the details. Something to consider. But first priority is to actually get there. I need to rent someplace by Balaton, and that's proving a little difficult right now. Options for long-term rental seem quite slim there. Certainly not things that I'm after. It's always reading in Bordeaux, you'd love it. Surely that can't be right. Sounds like an attitude thing. Maya V could not find a job. Had to return empty. Don't know what the odds on that happening is, but it certainly eats into my profit margins. Is there any difficulty renting in Europe if you're not part of the EU? I wouldn't know. I am part of the EU after all, Dane. Glorious Swedish citizen. Now that's going to make a bit of the story for when we reach our destination in Manawa. Where in Hungary are you looking? Southern coast of Balaton. Balaton Boglar and Balaton Lille are the most appealing to me, but since I'm just planning on renting for up to a year before I find some more permanent residence there, I wouldn't mind going even as far as Seafolk, which is certainly too built up for my liking, but there are some quiet areas there that I'd be interested in. Just buy a house. Well, I don't want to do the buy a house commitment before I try living there for a year. I've been to Malta. They hate the British. So I guess good thing I'm Swedish, right? Right. Oh, here we go. Bayonne. Let's go. Is that what the entrance to Turkey looks like? I bet they pick it up and push it out by a few feet every week. Alright, give me the full repair job. It's fine. It's income we won't be taxed on, I'm sure. Oh crikey, we're tired as well. I'm gonna have to take a kit right over here. Yeah, it seems like a great place to park my truck. Not a big fan of Maltesers myself, says hell. Oh man, nothing worse than getting that Malteser that just didn't become all big and puffy inside. It's instead just this flat malted mess inside the chocolate bit. There are memories of that. But milk duds are more guilty of it than Maltesers. Alright, let's go. It's our first time here. Bayonne. Well, let's not hang around. Expect a crunch, get a squish. Few things worse. Young knows what I'm on about. Oh, easy now. I managed to completely forget Wind Tears. That said, we've been filthy rich for a while, so I imagine I already have the best engine. I still should check though, so next opportunity we can, I will properly check. Wonder if we can take a shortcut here. Nice, I didn't expect to be able to drive on the grass. I thought it would be invisible. Lesser games would have made that invisible wall. But not Euro Truck Sim 2. It's a game of all games. I've got a custom map suggestion for Caesar 3 now that I'm all done. Oh, you're asking if I have a custom map suggestion. A fun challenge. The Rhine passing map is a pretty cool map. Lots of resources, plenty to build, and an easy enough map that you can just focus on making things look good. Yeah, I'd recommend the Rhine crossing, I think it is. Rhine something or other. Oh, I have a funny feeling I'm not going the right way. Well, let's just roll with it. Too committed now. I hope we get to see the pain maps. The pain map looks so horrible to play. I wonder if it's even been decided if it's possible. Surely it is. John has a knack for making maps that seem impossible, but with the correct amount of tisms activated, you can figure it out, like Blood Under the Bridge. Blood Under the Bridge has now been completed by, I think, 4 people. So it can be done, just very, very, very difficult. My local IKEA closed down, Ninja. It's very sad. Shopping is now an extra 5 minutes of walking away, there and back again, to get to the closest Lidl. But all the more reason to pack up and leave. Then I can enjoy the spar of Balaton. Oh, the waters of Balaton call to me. I need to get back onto the rental websites and see what's what. I was in Malta on a Paradox conference a few years ago, probably about 5 or 6 years ago by now. It didn't seem very appealing to me. Then again, it was also pretty cold and windy when we'd gotten there. But they had casinos, and I do enjoy gambling rather a lot. And quite a bit of British food. Heavens knows why there'd be so much British influence there. Oi, truck driver. Kerosene has priority over whatever you're carrying. Probably something lame like used plastics. Oh, we're entering Spania. Give me the specifics. Alright, border crossing. It's not too far to Burgos, or in this case, it's going to be Manawa. We'll see if there's a job that takes us over to discount Portugal afterwards, and then maybe even south through the proper rectangle itself. That Basque run of EU4 we did is now so long ago. Did culture conversion ever change in EU4? I have a feeling it's been pretty much exactly the same since the game came out. There's different cultural acceptance mechanics now. And I would actually dare to say it's less enjoyable than when it came out, although you do have more agency over it now. I like the fact that you actually needed a certain amount of population to care about. Worked with thresholds too. Now it's like a, well, from my memory it became a dip point expenditure thing. EU4 so obsessed with its points. You couldn't always culture convert, could you? Yeah, you could. Culture conversion in EU4 has always been spend dip points and wait time. The higher the base tax, or as it became the development, the longer you had to wait. But that's always how it went. There were some events that would change culture. One of the worst ones was an Ethiopian one where the Orimo people, Ohimo? Oh, something or other people migrate up north and change the religion and culture in your provinces. And of course your next thing to do is immediately turn them back, because multiculturalism in EU4 is generally always bad. Tolerance to the truth faith +9, here we go. Hey Jake, sorry if this is an FAQ, but will you play the new... It is a very FAQ. No, I have no intention of playing the new Pharaoh. I never particularly cared for the old Pharaoh, and this remake looks like a terrible cash-in. As in, it's a cash-in, and it looks terrible. And I've heard a lot of bad things about it from people whose opinions I do actually care about. The only Impressions game I actually care about is Caesar 3. I don't care about Emperor or Zeus, or what were the other ones again? Pharaoh, of course. I feel like I'm forgetting an important one. Pharaoh, Zeus, Emperor, Caesar. And not Nibelungen, Nebuchadnezzar was also such a dead game to me. So when are they going to release Frostpunk 2? I really wonder. It's even been months ago since I reached out to them asking about it, and I got some... Well, I mean, I got answers, but nothing concrete. It's just, yeah, the game's still in the works. And it looks pretty out here. Kinda wish I could stop and admire it. I wonder if there must be a console command to no-clip and fly your way around. Of course, that begs the question, how do you open the console in this game? Wait, 10% damage on that? That's a bit rough. A little rough, don't you think? It's okay, 10% barely impacts the function of your vehicle. You actually do get wear and tear that just builds up over time. Even if you drive perfectly with no collisions, parts of your truck will degrade, and you will need some... You will need some maintenance done regardless. I have a funny feeling I'm not allowed in here. Why put up those flags and things just to disallow my entry? It's also a little bit impressive how they managed to have the AI take the proper ways in. Oh, it's auto toll paying! How are the Spaniards better at this than the French? Think of all the story time they're spending with it. I'm trying not to think about that, Dark Young. Trying to imagine that they understood why mechanically it was such a great resource management game, which accentuated the feeling of making those harsh decisions. You know, of course I wanted to house and feed all the children, but in the end, sometimes you have to choose to just feed on the children. all for the good of the city. Another fun, spunky tune on this playlist that Motorsport Manager also accentuated. What a great long play that was. I will be on the hunt at some point for a game like Motorsport Manager. Needs to be quite similar in the gameplay. I like the hands-off part of it, but above all, it needs to be moddable. What's the point in playing a game like that if we can't have Chevron riding around in his special pyramid car? Can't believe how much that Chevron guy grew on me. OTP Baseball is pretty good. I don't know the first thing about baseball. I was so happy you enjoyed Motorsport Manager. I've been playing it for a while. I wanted to see some others find its charm. I know the feeling, Bane, of enjoying a game and hoping to see other people also enjoy it. So I am really hoping that some people around here would pick up The Long Dark, but nobody appears to want to be streaming it around here. Kitty eventually stopped. What can you do? Do you know the first thing about... Oh, no, I suppose I didn't know the first thing about motorsports, Marvin. You've got me there. But there's something a bit more visceral about driving, seeing cars being driven around very fast. You don't really need to care much about rules or positions or anything. It's just, hey, fastest wins. You occasionally need to stop and pit. But baseball? I don't know the rules. I don't know the positions. Somebody hits a ball. Is it good? Is it bad? Well, it's good they hit it. It's bad that somebody caught it. Oh, okay. Now they're throwing it to this person. The bases are loaded? What does it mean? What are they loaded with? But Blitzball's so good. Yeah, but I know Blitzball. Occasionally, no, several pits are needed. I had to go back through the VODs and take a screenshot of when I forced Naoto to take the pit. Because at the point, somebody put in chat, since when does this guy care about when I pit? And there's just something about that comment that gave me the giggles, something proper. Oh, easy now. Whoa, that's a lot of damage on my poor weak car. Oh, jings, somehow a lot of damage got done to the kerosene as well. We spilled 12% of it. I don't think the Spaniards are going to be too happy with this. Well, I've largely been doing it over Basque country, so they can just say it's some kind of punishment for the lack of integration. It's quite unassuming Iberian town here. Looks very blocky, doesn't it? Kind of reminds me of Malta, actually. That certainly was a small town. I wonder if they have a place that I can... Oh, this is my turn. I wonder if they have a place that I can fix up my vehicle. There's no English version of Anstos 3 I can make Jake play. So we just prelude it with about 1 year of studying German through games. I'm assuming it's in German. Sounds it. Why are we driving right in the middle of the nose? Asked Cinnamon Rolls. It's a power play. We need to make sure that everybody knows their place. Alright, tree eat wood. Where do you need it? I can park anywhere you want. Some of those can get quite difficult, but whilst my driving skills might look somewhat dubious in this game, I'm actually pretty good at doing reversals. Alright, back we go. Quite like the immersion of looking at the window to see where you're driving things to. Anywhere you need it, I put it. There we go. decoupling, and tolerable job. That must be pretty low if Spaniards are saying it's tolerable, but plenty enough to level up to level 31. I don't know if it goes higher than elite, but we're pretty damn good. Oh, of course, leveling up. Gotta max out the fragile cargo, right? To hell with eco-driving. Then again, eco-driving means fewer pit stops. Yeah, it's probably better to start working on fewer pit stops at this point. Not an instructor anymore. Well, we can look at that. Where's our leveling stuff? So, started out as a newbie, and after doing 8 deliveries, we worked our way up to enthusiast. 21st delivery takes us to skilled worker. Not sure if you're that skilled after only doing 21 delivery jobs. We're a pro at 38. Became a master at 54. All the way up to 85 to be an instructor. And then it's very slow going till we become the elite. And we've been making precious little progress on elite. Oh, good lord, that was the 221st journey we did. It's impressive that it remembers all of them. Oh, these aren't all just journeys, it's just every time you gain experience, so every time there's free roaming. Ah, okay, so, well, that makes sense, because I didn't think I'd done 221 deliveries. Total game time's been 223 days. Almost all of my playtime is on this one save as well. Anyway, we've now arrived in the next part of Chefrin's holiday pictures. Where are we at with those? Here we go. Can we do the refresher again? I know it takes a while to scroll through them. But we will. Just going back and back and back and back and back. If I knew of a faster way to figure this out, then I'd use it, but I don't. So anyway, after spending my time in Lake Biwa, I made my way down to Minawa. Now this was... Well, I was having Ninjin and Alpha and others help out with deciding where to go, but I just decided I want to go to some small mountain town, and I suppose I'll get off the main island and go and check out Shikoku. So this is kind of a dartboard approach, and Minawa came up tops. Very fast and easy to travel around this country. Even the long journey I made back from Akko to Kamigawa was done in the blink of an eye because of those beloved Shinkansens, but away I went. For a moment I thought there was a Ryukyu flag on the side. That's the look I was going for. So, here we were. The Shinkansen journey is amazing. I love doing it. I could ride those things a long time. Unfortunately, you can ride them all you want when you have a Japanese rail pass, but only for 21 days, and only on certain trains. Most of them, but not all. By the way, your last stop was Kamakura, not Kamigawa. Your map is wrong. Well, I'm sure it doesn't matter. So riding across the inland sea was pretty beautiful. We're actually riding underneath a road here, which is really cool. And it starts to get my idea of really nice looking. A lot more remote. The rain accentuates it. No urban sprawl, just a bit of dotted about residential living, which is lovely. And this is generally what I'm seeing out the train. And it's a lovely windy journey through the hills, through tunnels in the hills. And just looking out over all of this, I could feel the healing starting already. Still an impressive amount of building work for these valley areas. But gotta remember, I was journeying around trying to see if there was a place that I wanted to live. Omahachi-man already won that one. It's really nice. This is nice looking for... It really was, though. Oh, crap, I did not notice all those scarecrows at the bottom when I took this. Just saw that right now and it spooked me. Anyway, these misty valleys, I was already thinking, this is fantastic. And I arrive, for the first time I stay in a ryokan. Bit of a Showa era one, but a ryokan nonetheless. I gotta say, not a fan. Really not a fan. I actually think that Swedes do bathing better. They do their water hotter. Although there's a certain rustic charm to the ones I saw in Japan. Dilapidation Inn. Not that bad. The view was really good though. Liked looking out over the strange Emerald River. So I've never seen a river run that green before, but what was this? The I forget the name of the river, but it's over there in Minawa. Shouldn't be hard to find. Yoshiko? I don't know. Christ, it's all in Japanese anyway. So, sleeping on the floor in a ryokan ain't for me. I don't like the feeling of that hard tatami mat underneath. And the mattresses do precious little. It's not really mattress, is it? Just some kind of down underneath. So I ended up stacking 2 of the futons underneath me. And that gaming setup, chair and desk there, just... It's one of those, do you really need more than this setups? And the answer is yes. Yes, I do. I never watched any TV in Japan, despite everywhere I'm staying at having a pretty nice, large, flat-screen TV. The Yoshino River. The true gamer room. Yeah, the desk was so small. The seats were so tiny as well. I didn't actually do anything from that desk. I ended up sitting on one of those legless chairs on the floor next to one of those 1-foot-high tables. And that was the setup where I played Long Dark and streamed until I destroyed this inn's internet connection. When I got here, I always fire up Ookla speed test to see what the internet is like. And here it was something like 80 down, 115 up or so. It was very good. And I remember saying, wow, this is the best internet I've seen. Never mind finding it in some backwater ryokan here. I streamed one night and I completely sap all their bandwidth, and the up speed for the rest of my duration there was 0.27. So that put an end to streaming there, but I slithered out before anybody could notice what was up, so that's good. Speaking of this ryokan, things were going fine. I was able to understood and be understood with the Obasan at the front desk, but after a while, at this point, the lack of me having an adapter for my electrical devices was becoming a bit of a problem. Couldn't plug in my laptop anymore. First place I stayed at, I had an adapter that the host had. Second place, I was able to bend the pins just enough to fit them in. Here I could not. So I had to ask where I could find one, but clearly not working on the conversation here, so she brings out a little pocket adapter. Cool thing, you speak into it, and then set it to the language that you want the other person to hear it at. Well, she takes it out and sets it to Swedish, and then speaks into it with instructions on how to find the nearest electrical store, which was in the next town over. And it dawned on me that the taint of having been in Sweden is going to take a while to shift away. But I was amused and also bemused by it. She immediately noticed your true nationality. Everywhere asks for your passport, and everywhere takes a photocopy of your passport as well. But of course I'm traveling with a Swedish passport, so go figure. But still, come now. She shouldn't even know what Swedish is, let alone set a translator to it. Still though, I did find the electrical store. I did not get an adapter, so instead I broke my adapter until it worked. And it did work. The thing is, most of the plugs in Japan are not grounded, so they're American style but without grounding. Just terrifying and frustrating to use. So, lovely place, and I decided to explore. I explored rather a lot. It was chucking it down with rain, but I didn't mind. I walked around in the rain, enjoying what I saw here. Just tiny little residential areas, very little in the way of shops. There was, of course, a 7-Eleven konbini. Now, my allegiance is to Family Mart, but I'll take a Japanese 7-Eleven. Lots of bridges going across the Yoshino River, and just lots of these cute little, again, very Persona 4 feeling residential area. I feel like Chie is going to come out of nowhere and talk about how there's truly nothing here. The breakfast was served at the inn, and it always looked like this. Some kind of salted fried fish. I don't even know what was in that central cup there. Some kind of chewy but not very sweet thing. Individually wrapped, tiny thumb-sized pieces of nori seaweed. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that great, to be honest, but it was very cute. And of course all washed down with miso soup and tea. Just why? So wandering around, I loved crossing the bridge over the river. I did it at several points. And don't let the weather fool you. It was a bit cold and blustery, but still beautiful to take in. Yeah, I love that river. And just lots and lots of wandering around and enjoying my time here. There was a fairly decent rail system running through it as well. And then we found the atrocity tourism stop, the Autobahn German restaurant. Why? Well, let's... What does it say here? Is this even going to pick up? Ah, yes. We can get some morning brunch and take away. Okay, well, at Alpha Gamma's request, we did go there, but not quite yet. I figured, well, I'm obviously full from that delicious ryokan breakfast. I'll come here for a late lunch or something. So I continue exploring around, and God, it's so gorgeous. Such unmolested greenery. I love to see it. I did eventually walk far enough to encounter something resembling a town, though. Quite a bit of civilization. Almost a disgusting level of urban sprawl from here. I climbed up some hill and I saw this and decided I'd go down to check it out. And instead of finding that, I found a billboard that tells you exactly how to harass your colleagues. And Japanese are great for this, so yell at your colleagues, snigger at your colleagues, feel up your colleagues, give your colleagues massages, do weird flexes in front of your cramping colleagues, and belittle your fat colleagues. The Japanese really are ahead of the game here. But if you're not picking up on that, it says everybody, no harassment. No power harassment, no sexual harassment, no kasu harassment, so no harassing the sick, and no matahara. Is that pregnancy harassment? I can't tell if they're pregnant or fat. It's pretty low down for fat, but, you know, these Japanese people are built differently. No, it's customer harassment and pregnancy harassment. Oh god, yeah, Christ. Well, as a man once said, knowing Japanese is just about knowing how to pretend to speak English. Is that Mada? Mada? It's more like Muda Muda. Let's see if we can scroll in on that. Where'd my cursor go? Oh, that is Mata, not Mada. Well, God knows and God cares. I enjoyed it, so we move on. More of the river. Couldn't get enough of this river, but I eventually... See this this bridge that we see going along here? I thought, well, that looks fun and rickety in its own way. So I find this really unmaintained step down that took me far enough down here. Felt more like billy goating out of Long Dark. And I make my way down to this bridge, and this was a great one to cross along. It swayed in the winds, it swayed as you stepped on it, and when I crossed along, I found just a street of nothingness. There was a bus stop, which has 2 stops per day, it looks like. So one at 7:24 and one at 10:04. I think that's weekdays and weekends, I'm going to assume. Or maybe it's opposite directions. God knows. Can't remember what I saw on it. But, yeah. Cute little isolated houses, and I found a vending machine on this very isolated road. Just as well, because I was very thirsty, so I enjoyed some nice grape juice or something along the way. Still better than the UK rural bus services. Better than my home bus service, which doesn't exist. There was one bus, and it got removed several years ago, and it was a bus to the nearby Tesco's. I'd love to live out there, says Kaiser. Yeah, think of all the shooting you could do in peace and quiet. And I got into this this urban sprawl town, and it looks a lot better from the ground than it does from the air. I suppose, even though there's a lot of buildings, though, not lots of high-rises, and it does feel like a very livable city there. It's very cute. They had the high school, middle school, and elementary school right next to each other up a hill, and I saw a bunch of the kids running down. I don't know, maybe they were going for track and field or something. So I clap and say go, 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 and they seem very happy. And some of them just so, Arrow! Arrow! Just, oh man. That would be probably considered a very racist depiction of them here, but they were genuinely running past, they see me, they wave and say, Arrow! Which was very cute. Very, very cute. What wasn't cute was going back to the Autobahn Inn after my wander around. And, okay, so we have this German-themed restaurant. Is any of this food German-themed? So we have all these pilafs, these curries, some delicious spaghettis. What else do we have here? Fried ebi. Chicken set meal. A sauce hamburger. Cheese hamburger. Does this look like what you'd find in a typical German restaurant? I don't know. I don't think I want to know. The desserts... Well, why is it German? Oh, God knows. But look at this authentic Berlin layout that they have here. Certainly had some authentic Berlin service going on. I was sitting waiting a long time for my food, and they forgot one of my things as well. Well, not to worry. Probably for the better that I had less food rather than more. Lots of manga on display there, though. I think they had Kaiji as well, or maybe the spin-off Tonegawa, which I did grab, and, well, it's too advanced for me to read. Kaiji's a hard one. God, it's like I'm really back in Bonn. So somehow the okonomiyaki I had in Tokyo was still the worst food I had in this journey, but this would be a close second. And even the rice, those were just plain onigiri. I don't even think the rice was vinegared. It was sad, really sad. The hotcakes are surprisingly okay though. It's just pancakes. I couldn't actually think of anything that separated them from what we'd call pancakes. Something that threw me was that every time they served fruit like this, it was always frozen. Those strawberries and that blueberry were frozen completely through. And it wasn't just here in Autobahn. Every single time I got served fruit, they were just perfectly frozen. I don't like eating frozen fruit. Is it too hard to defrost them? I don't know, maybe it's a German thing. We're already coming out of Manawa, aren't we? So if we want to look at the surprisingly ugly cats of Japan, we're going to have to make another journey. So let's go and see if we can get to the rectangle. Someone needs to teach the man proper German cuisine. Well, we had food on good recommendation when I was in Vienna, or rather when I was in Austria proper, and what's more German than Austria? Right, we need jobs. We need to continue on our journey. Currently in Burgos, and we want to go to potentially Galicia. But Portugal's kind of the goal. Nothing more Japanese than Portugal. Not Copenhagen, not Aberdeen or Cambridge. Ooh, well look at that. We can bring over some beans. Yeah, let's get those beans right over to the Galician coast. Why is my truck moving? Scary stuff, but let's move with it. And hopefully we can find a place to check the quality of our engine. It's going to help if I actually leave this place instead of just driving further around it. Open up, tree, eat. I did go to an American diner as well. That's in the next place. I don't know if I have a photo of it or not. If I don't, I'll talk about it. If I do, then I'll still talk about it, but it's less likely I'll forget about it. I imagine the Japanese could actually make some proper Fischbrötchen. Oh, crike, I'm taking the wrong turn here. Fischbrötchen. If they could make proper bread, that is. Well, that is a big if. They cannot make what I would term proper bread. Yeah, so maybe they learned about making bread from the Americans. Well, they certainly learned their electrical system from the Americans. It's a very sad setup. I really do not like American power plugs. I just don't feel like they slot in properly. European power plugs, you can feel a bit of confidence that that thing is plugged in and it's grounded. UK plugs are a bit of a pain, and they are just made to be stepped on for maximum pain, and they're way too large, but they again slot in with confidence and they're grounded. But American plugs, they're not grounded, they don't slop in, they always spark. You always plug something in and it goes psh. Oh, I don't like it. The UK has the best plugs in the world, how dare you? You ever stepped on a plug, young? You know, those things are powerful. Right, let's make our way over to Galicia. I have, but I was at fault. No, young. You've got beaten spouse syndrome, but for electrical plugs. Come on. Time to bring the musical fruit over to the Galicians. Well, Young was saying they were discount Portuguese after all. I heard the main reason for the domestic fires in Japan are smoking and electrical fires. I guess that explains why. So, smoking. I was under the impression that in Japan everybody smoked everywhere. I mean, that's what the media would depict, right? But maybe my media is 10 or 20 years old, because when I went there, I can only think of 2 times where I encountered smokers outside of dedicated smoking areas. In general, the Japanese do not smoke on the streets, they don't smoke in the parks, they just don't smoke in public areas. I don't know if they smoke indoors, but that's their business. No, the Japanese wait to have their smoke in dedicated smoking areas, which are kind of hushed out of the way, ventilated. They have them indoors, well ventilated ones at that. Yeah, I was impressed. I hate cigarette smoke with a passion. I cannot tolerate being around it. There were some indoor places that had smoking areas, but that was generally at night in bars and restaurants, and it was not very common at all. And that surprised and impressed me, because as much as we've come on from stamping out a lot of smoking in Europe and the UK, people still smoke outdoors in the streets and that, and they don't give 2 hoots. But in Japan, they just don't do it. The worst thing about Berlin is all the smoking in the clubs and bars. Is that still a thing there? It's crazy. Did you see any Yakuza while you were there? Maybe. Maybe. So when Ninja and Alpha and myself were out, after we'd had our very modestly priced, delicious, meaty meal, we were trying to find a place to sit down and have drinks. And we were joined by what has probably become my favorite Japanese stereotype, the drunk old boss man and his stressed out underling. And it was brilliant. I loved it so much. I don't think Ninja or Alpha were particularly happy with it, but I was really, really enjoying this interaction. And it made me... I wanted to stay just to have more of it. So you've got this drunk guy who... He's not even attempting to speak in Japanese. He's using his incredibly limited English vocabulary to ask us what we love about Japan and why we love being here, and he was trying to explain the merits of traveling and how, you know, you shouldn't be as isolated and insular as many Japanese are. At least that was what I was getting. It was all very slurred, extremely drunk, and he did just fall over and face plant the ground, but at the same time, his underling was doing his best to smile and keep his boss in check, but was clearly very uncomfortable with the situation, but he refused to talk about his work. What is it you do, sir? Yeah, I work with the world. No further explanations. Who's to say? It was all very slurred and repeated. I loved it. So yeah, I was under the impression that was just some kind of urban myth, the whole Japanese boss man taking out his underling on forced drinking expeditions, but nope, anime is truly real. And that's, I didn't go to Osaka. I was told, hey, you should check out Osaka, it's more of a gaijin kind of place. And maybe I will if I can see more interactions like that, but again, I want my conversational Japanese to be, well, I want it to exist, so that when I encounter such a thing, I can better take advantage of such drunken and awkward moments. Because the language barrier is extreme in Japan. If you didn't venture outside of Tokyo, or maybe Osaka, I don't know how you'd manage with yourself without understanding Japanese. At the very least, how would you get by not understanding the signs? My brother doesn't know a lick of Japanese, but he went to Japan. But that was on more of a guided tour sort of thing. So I guess he didn't need it. Anyway, he probably wasn't Yakuza, but he was strangely not keen on talking about what their work is. He did, however, buy us drinks. And if there's one thing I've learned from my journeys, it's that you should always accept drinks from strangers, because it's the polite thing to do. I didn't know what a highball was until I went to Japan, but they do highballs with umeshu, and it's not very good, to be honest. Just have umeshu straight or on the rocks. But still, drinking through the carbonated stuff, it ended up with a delicious little umeshu surprise at the bottom. Ah, man, traveling's all about getting these great memories, and that was a great memory. Jake's life lessons. I can't think of ever having a bad experience with somebody offering me a drink. I get offered a fair few drinks. I usually like to reciprocate. Often it turns into a whiskey recommendation. I mean, who would imagine? Why is this overt Scottish guy being asked for whiskey recommendations? But I do like to actually try my best. Ask them about the flavours they like or any previous whiskies they've had, and they go, oh, yeah, I had Laphroaig, I really like Laphroaig. And I go, okay, well that tells us a thing or two. It's like, oh, do you like it peaty? You like it sweet? Do you like a good sherry? You do? Okay, well then I've got something for you here. Even so, I don't think I had any whiskey in Japan. I've had very bad experiences with Japanese whiskies. I don't think they're very good. But it wasn't a drinking holiday, so I wasn't getting seshed very often. Did I even get drunk at all in Japan? No, I did not. Do I want this turn? No, we're just going straight ahead. Well, you're going ahead. I hope you've learnt a valuable lesson there. Don't hesitate on your turns, friend. Also, drive a bigger car. Note to self: spike Jake's drink while I'm in Hungary. I'd be very suspicious of Hamster offering me a drink. He'd probably have to spike it pretty hard for me, though. I gotta give it to the drunk old man. At least he healed my wallet a bit after Ninjin's sneaky assault. Come on, you knew the deposit on that place was... what was it, 60,000 yen? Should have given you an idea of what we're in for. I'm fine with accepting free drinks as long as they're fine with buying me non-alcoholic... Oh, what's with all the teetotalers in this community? Well, each to their own, but I love a good bit of alcohol. As long as it tastes good. It's the only thing I really ask. So I wouldn't be caught drinking one of those weird almond drinks. Ugh. What are they called again? I'll drink almost any spirit, but there's this almondy drink I forget the name of, and I simply cannot pass that. I assumed you were still in Japan. Where are you now? I'm back in Stockholm. This is very temporary, though. I am currently trying to find a place to rent in Hungary. My ideal situation is that I find somewhere, I message the estate agent or the seller, and then I quickly fly out to Hungary, look at it, and if it's good, I just sign up and then move all my stuff down. That's the plan, but it's never that easy, is it? The language barrier plus not being there in person is slowing things down. Not to mention there's not a lot of available places that I'm keen on. I asked an estate agent, they had one place available, and it was a small apartment by the coast. I'm like, well, I don't want small, I don't want an apartment, and I don't care about being near the coast. And they couldn't help me any further. Which is why I am every so often saying that if for some convoluted reason you are a Hungarian estate agent tuning into the stream, please help me. I just want to be Hungarian. Balaton is a tourist region. That's probably why they don't like long-term renting. Exactly, that's almost certainly why. They can jack up the prices pretty heavily in the on-season. But I think that's a false economy. I'm offering to rent the place for a whole year. Well, up to a year. I recall hearing something, the rules for what is whiskey in Japan is more or less non-existent. Many brands are blends with other drinks, some import and mix, yeah. Whiskey has to be kept for 3 years to be called a whiskey, at least in Scotland. And even then, you don't generally sell it after 3 years because it tends to be vile. I've had some freshly uncorked 3-year-old whiskey before, and oh boy, it's bad. And if you're blending, well, sure, there are good blends, but I don't tend to be that interested in blend. I want a single malt, or even preferably a single cask, because I'm a snotty elitist. Can be flavor differences from cask to cask. You said Japanese yen 20,000 is a limit, Alpha. I was only off by a few %. Man. These academics, what are they like? Going over and above, to be fair, was on Alpha. He was the one that wanted some drinks. You took the umeshu, right? Didn't I end up having a... I think I also had umeshu. I thought I'd had a mango umeshu, which was interesting, but it wasn't there that I had it. I had that at the oyster place. Man, are the roads this good to drive in Spain? We haven't seen a single toll. And not only that, we get to go to Galicia, which I imagine is beautiful. Hey! Speak of the devil. Killer coat of arms as well. That's right, Alpha. It was good, clean fun. And I got to set foot in Tokyo U. I never thought I'd be setting foot back in a university. I thought I would burn like devil trying to enter a church. There are a few tolls in Spain, says Linkark. Most highways are state-owned and paid for. It'd be nice if you could pick and choose what you pay taxes on. You're like, well, I don't drive, so I'm not paying the road tax, and I don't have kids, so I'm not going to support schools in any way, and I feel pretty healthy this year. I don't want to pay for hospitals. Man could dream. Spain and Portugal have a surprisingly extensive motorway network. Is it really so surprising, though? Must be a lot of driving that's done in Spain. Probably less than France, though. And certainly Germany. Do I need to fuel up? How much fuel do we have? We got like, yeah, we have enough fuel. I'm not going to stop for fuel here. And I'm not stopping for rest either. We should be able to get to our destination without needing fuel or rest. What does this button do? I don't know. There's something maybe it's my high beams? Oh, it is my high beams. Well, let's definitely keep those on then. Let's pretend we're driving in Finland, but the law is to always keep your headlights on, even in daytime. Which is bizarre. I learnt that from City Skylines, actually. Some people thought it was a bug that the cars always have their headlights on. But no, the developers are Finnish, so they're going by Finnish ideals. Also, that car needs to go. And stop hurting my... oh, no, the beans are fine. There's not been a lick of damage done on the beans. So far, this is a perfect delivery. Dipped high headlights, not high beams. Look, do these things look like they dip? Oh, press the wrong button. There we go. I dip for no man. One thing I don't think I got to experience enough of was the so-called decent food for 500 Japanese yen. It felt like everywhere I went to was considerably more expensive than that. Anything from 900 to 2,000 yen for much of what I got. Then again, generally when I paid that much, I didn't get decent, I got really good. I got that fish platter down near Ito. And the eel set menu. Oh. Maybe smashing into that car wasn't the best of ideas. We'll keep having engine malfunctions. Hopefully Galicia has at least one garage for us to stop in by. Should have visited other places. Yeah, there's only so many meals you can eat in a 3-week stay in Japan, though. What's my cinematic view? There we go. Missed you. Haven't used you in a while. Usually for good reason. Okay, that is throwing me off big time. Oh. Oh, I think I was 9-wheeling that. So, Jake, is Japan possible to visit for someone who can't do seafood or rice? You're gonna have a hard time. A pretty hard time. I guess you can have like their more meat-focused set menus, but everything comes with rice. Everything comes with miso. Your breakfasts are always fish. The milk in Japan, maybe there's good milk out there, but generally whenever I tried milk, it was bad, really bad. It's like someone took water and just mixed flour in with it. They thought like, ooh, milk is thick white water, right? So here you go. Oh. Maybe if I go to Hokkaido or something, they got the good stuff, but whenever I tried my gyunyu, it was terrible. Yeah, kind of like 0.1% fat, super skimmed milk. Oof. I'm not the world's biggest fan of skimmed milk. I'll take it semi-skimmed, I'll take it full fat, I'll even take that extra creamy Cravendale or Jersey golden milk. But skimmed milk, no, that's just water. Most Japanese people are lactose intolerant. I don't think it's most, I think it's about 41% lactose intolerance if you get that far east. And honestly, they should just have exposure therapy to get past that. It's like my childhood friend who was scared of crane flies. Exposure therapy set him right. Did get a bit quiet after that for a while, though. You can get normal 3.8% milk. Alpha's right. There's plenty of decent milk. I know that as a parent. Whenever I find something that's bad, there's probably good stuff, I just need to search harder for it. I wasn't going to spend an extreme amount of my time just searching for better milk. Much easier just to criticize all of Japan for their poor milk choices. Galicia looks pretty good. You know, I never even considered trying out Spain for living in, but that's a very cliche choice for a Brit. It's alright, they'll think I'm Italian. Left or right, left or right, left or right. I'm gonna take left. Should have gone right. Should have gone right. No, I'm going the correct way. Okay. Not to worry. Oh, sweet. There's still no damage done to our baked beans. And we are only 2 miles away from destination. It says Galicia, but we're actually going to Akko. Is it cliche for a Swede, though? I don't know. Where do Swede summer birds tend to go to? Or is it called winter birds? Anyway, Swedes fleeing Sweden. Well, actually, they go to Japan, right, Ninjin? They need to go somewhere that they can pay så lite skatt. Med hemmarna minen tid? No, that's not it. It's, I don't know the center part. Even though you wrote it down during your re-recording. Swedes go to Thailand, I think. I don't see the appeal. Am I there yet? Awkward way to get into ExoMar. I'm assuming that's some kind of take on Exxon. You gonna let me in? Oh, they are gonna let me in. I love the fact that it actually works. There are actual functional props in this world. Engine is refusing to start. Come on, you malfunctioning engine, get moving. Oh, I think what happened was I bumped my cargo on that ExoMar sign. Oh, Jesus. Well, that's not on me, that's definitely clipping. Right. When in doubt, just build up de facto speed. Oh, they don't want it here. Okay. Oh, good thing I'm not in a time limit. It's alright, jackknifing is not real. It can't hurt you. Let's go, my baked beans. So it was a long time ago that I bought this. I bought this steering wheel. I bought it off a colleague in Paradox. It's a Porsche 911-2, I believe. I forget the maker of it. But it is good. And it actually has haptic feedback. It was vibrating there as I jackknifed. Even though jackknifing isn't real. Ah, crumbs. Collision boxes are, though. Yeah, I bought this off a co-worker. Alright, how about we do it this way then? And spin! Trust me, I know what I'm doing. Trucks can make much tighter turns than it seems. Try to call it the 23-point turn, Pepperan. Go up and around here? Just why you gotta make this so complicated? The road's right there. Give me a ramp up. Right. How far do you need it? Oh, just back where you came, sunshine. Oh, of course. There's no incentive for them to make a Euro Truck Simulator 3. They're still working on the map for Euro Truck Simulator 2. What's coming next? I think it's Western Balkans next. But a lot of their dev diaries, I think, are all about how they've been touching up the map further. Whoop, wrong way to turn you. Oh well, this is a tragedy. Didn't I say I was good at this? Pull you over that way, spin you around here as much as possible, go for the reversal in the other way. Much. Let's peer out the window, it makes all my decisions easier to make. Oh, maybe not all of my decisions. Oh, Christ. Well, I'm good at this when I feel like being good at this. Well, it reminds Heldon of some of his newbie forklift driver students. There we go. Despite all of that, I think you're going to find this was a perfect to deliver. What? Only good work? Oh, I spilt 1.2% of the beans backing that up then. It was good until then. Alright, lovely. We've made our way up to Galicia. Right the way through Spain. Where do I have left on my own journey? Yeah, those precious antique cans have been mashed up. Hold on, let me check my own list here. Well, there's not much left for it. It's just the final haul. Well, that's fine by me. We'll go through it then. Bring back the photos, if you will, please. And we might as well recap again. Anything to quickly go back through all this. So, once I'd finished in Minawa, I decided that I wanted to start heading back towards the east. Why did I think this? Well, I didn't fancy a whole day of journeying from one point in Japan to the other, and the only good flights out of Japan were from Tokyo. I was considering heading further south and then finishing by heading out to Okinawa and then flying home from there. But from what I could see, just about the only flights outside of Tokyo were domestic. Maybe Osaka does international, but certainly didn't do international that would get me to Sweden in any reasonable amount of time. And it's already an unreasonable journey. So I decide I want somewhere nice and coastal and somewhat quiet on the way back, and I just point my finger at the map and go, Akko! Right, we're going to Akko then. And go we did. Go we did. There we go. Already been through all of these. Chefren. God, I mean, I love that river. How is it so green? Well, let's try not to dig too deep. It could be green for all the wrong reasons. So away from this... What even was that? I don't know. What did I order? Why did I order it? What are you meant to do with the onigiri there? They're really dry. They're not filled with anything. I don't even have soy sauce to have with them. Am I just meant to eat plain rice? God knows. On my way heading towards Akko, though, I stopped off in where was I? I forget the name of it already. It was on the map, though. Don't mind me. I just had to quickly flash up Google Maps and remind myself where I was. It's not Okinawa, but kind of similar to that. So there's an oak something or other. I was in Okayama. That was it. I went to Okayama. And I was originally just planning on transferring there to get to Akko. But I decided, hey, while I'm here, why don't I explore Okayama for a bit? And cats. I'd already seen quite a few cats around in Japan. I generally always find cats wherever I travel. And they just seem kinda ugly in Japan. They've got these kinda crushed up faces, kinda like the pit bulls of cats. And they got really short stubby tails. This is no tabby cat in my eyes. What's this game? I don't know. What's so ugly? I just said what's ugly about this one. I mean, a cat is a cat. I like cats, but liking an entire group of something doesn't mean you can't be critical of them, and these cats I found in Japan were generally ugly. Looks like a normal cat. Oh, I feel for your cats then. Anyway, there were a bunch of other cats, but they weren't feeling like coming out for photos, even when enticed by food, so they've clearly got some stranger danger going on. So I continued to look around Okayama, and there was a castle there, which I decided to go and check out. And I wasn't terribly impressed. Nice moat and all, and lovely rock wall, but... Oh, there was another cat. This one was significantly less ugly. But it was wary. God, it looks so disgusted by my presence. Maybe that's the guardian in his castle. Didn't take too kindly to my lack of appreciating of it. Anyway, I wasn't terribly impressed by what I went to see there. It looks a little too clean. I like my... Well, here's the thing. When I go exploring castles, I like my castles all ruined. To the point where you can just go climbing up and out around the ramparts and feel the rocks giving away beneath you. This one feels too pretty, too dolled up, really. It doesn't have that girly castle next door kind of appeal. This is the prom queen of castles, and I wasn't taken with it. Still had a look around. And it was free. Can't argue with free. And Okayama as a whole, there was nothing that special. Like I said, I was just here to transfer, but I decided to plod around for a bit anyway. I'm sure I found an arcade, but largely I was getting out of there and heading over to Akko, which was a big, very residential, touristy resort town. So I had a lot of open areas like this which were just dead empty. I did like it being surrounded by all the hills though, but that was a common theme of everywhere I went around there. Most Japanese castles were rebuilt in the 20th century, unfortunately. Exactly. That's why this one doesn't get expensed. So Akko, sad to say, didn't really have anything going for it, except I was told that the specialty food there is oysters. So I went to a place that would serve pretty much only oysters. So what's this? Oysters in shell, steamed oysters on rice, oyster croquettes, and I don't know what this thing's game was. Were they just raw oysters but drizzled in herbs? This is the weirdest thing. 2 bits of twirly pasta. 2 whole pieces of pasta in a little cupcake thing. Why? Heavens knows why, but this is also where I had that mango umeshu, which was dangerous. Kinda... Excuse me, it went down just like mango juice, really. So, too easy to drink. Fusilli are a delicacy in Japan, it seems, yeah. I was lucky to get 2 of them. They love to croquet everything. In another bit of atrocity tourism, I went to check out some kind of amusement park by the beach, which was all shut up, like most of the place was, because it was very much out of season. It was kind of creepy though. Some places still had their music running, and it was all opened up, so you could go in, you could walk around, you could use the vending machines, but still, it was eerie. It was kind of creepy being there after a while. So I wandered around a bit more, and the more I saw, the more it grew on me. It was a rather picturesque place. Of course, I had a giant Aeon Mall stamped down. That just meant I could find an arcade after all, with another game of Point Blank that I could dominate at. So, lovely to look around. Just don't think it would win in the race of places to eat. And I found a American diner place, so I went for one of their like all-encompassing set meals. And is this what you'd get in an American diner? I have my doubts. A single piece of broccoli, some kind of nasty like tinned corn, giant prawny claw things, and chunks of beef, and you wash it all down with a single sweet bread roll. The reason I went here is because the name was Tomato and Onion. The name made me giggle, so I went in. Too much broccoli for an American dinner. A single piece of broccoli sounds like a full American salad. Did you avoid taking photos that had other people in it, or were those places just all that empty? I don't make a habit of taking photos of others. I certainly have more photos that I'm not using here, generally because they feature me and I don't like showing my face online. But also, yes, it was very empty. Very, very empty. I imagine that the Japanese take their holiday times very seriously, because they don't seem to like just plodding around outside of that time. This one caught me unaware as well. I was just looking around for some different kinds of things to nibble on as snacks, and I found... So what are these? Canpans. Why? Why is there a Scotsman on them? Surely no Scotsman would want to endorse something that's only 10 calories a bite. No, surely not. I also... I'm just wrapping these two things together because there were not a lot of photos from either of them. Once I'd come out of Akko and I headed back towards the west, I was staying at Kameyama, Kama something or other. Tries map help me out. The place that I was being corrected on the name for. It is Kanagawa. So I went down to the coastal area at Kanagawa, and this I really liked because it had quite a lot of street food going on, and generally, the first place I was in that actually had lots of people. There were big crowds of people going up and down the main street in Kanagawa, and I liked seeing that. Strangely enough, you could eat the Good Luck Buddha cake. I don't think Buddha would be that impressed with being eaten, but what do I know? Did you take some cute selfies? I took a lot of selfies, and you're certainly not seeing them here. Not without the coverage of the William face, though. I forgot to share this, but how do our Germans feel about the Japanese take on some nice Frankfurts? A gyoza sausage, cheesy Frankfurt one. A pizza cheese sausage. Yeah. Anyway, I did like seeing all the street food, and I tried a bunch of the different stuff, including some overpriced and not very great chocolate. It was around Valentine's Day after all. I got 2 loads of Valentine's Day chocolates in Japan. Both of them from the Obasans at the Ryokan. Very cute. And I hope they don't expect me to come back on White Day, which is in, let's see, 10 days. They were already, as soon as the Valentine's stuff day went down, it just got replaced by White Day stuff. Man, those Japanese know how to capitalism. And everything's in these fancy wee bags. They just, wait, why is there anime on everything? I don't get it. There's anime on you as well? Is this what you want to say about the love of your life? I love you almost as much as the anime girl on your White Day present. And one of the last places I went to eat when I was there, there's a lot more food pictures here than I thought. I don't make a habit of taking photos of my food, but I guess I cut out too many other things. Make your own okonomiyaki. So I was unhappy at my only okonomiyaki experience in Japan being vile. So I found this place up an unassuming alleyway in Kanagawa. And I just thought, well, hell, let's go for it. Look, it says they do okonomiyaki, so yeah, let's go for it. And I didn't actually know it was make your own. I just wanted a nice place for okonomiyaki, but when I saw the seats with the grills and the table, I thought, okay, I'm going to have to do this. They just gave me a bowl of ingredients. So I had to mix it up and then put it on here, and then leave it, flip it, chop it, but so good. So very good. I think it was about 900 yen, so not quite at the 500 part. The Japanese think that Valentine's Day is for girls to give chocolates to boys, and White Day is for boys to repay the chocolates. Well, like most Japanese things, they want an order to it, don't they? I also found this cool arcade machine with Monkey Man here. Not really Unkies, more like Gorilla Man. I hope I find this machine again, because it was a lot of fun. I forget its name, but it's a full, what's it, 4 or 5 foot tall touchscreen. With bits that you have to tap on it. It's like Osu, but with a giant standing screen. But the inputs are less like Osu and more like Mai. Great game, enjoyed it a lot, even though this guy was very sassy and kept slagging me off. And that is it for all the photos. There are more, but some of those I keep for myself, you know. I had a great time. Japan was bloody amazing. But I was there to see if I wanted to live or not. Well, live there, I do want to live. But although Omihachi Man was the top pick for me out of anywhere I'd want to live, nothing here made me think that, ooh, wow, this is better than Hungary. Hungary is cheaper, warmer, closer to a lot of things that I want to be near. Like, I do actually like Europe. I like to be able to quickly and efficiently go and check out other places and see people that I already know here. Japan was a pretty magical realm. It's kind of hard to describe in words how magical it felt. It's one of those things you have to see in your own eyes, I think. But that's the kind of magic I think is better to go and visit every now and then, rather than live in. I will never understand Jake's brain, says Yosiba-san. You know, Hungary is not warmer. Japan is pretty damn hot in the summer. Oh well, I wouldn't know. I haven't been to either place in summer, but I guess we'll be finding out soon enough. Just say it's a rare sentiment. Guys, only South Japan is quite warm. Yeah, isn't Hokkaido freezing cold? Anyway, not to worry about that. That was it for my Japan trip. I will definitely be back. There's more places to see in the world for sure. So now what I wait and do is... I don't want to wait at all. I need to figure out how to get myself down to Hungary ASAP. Japan is not for everyone, which is fine. Well, I mean, it would be for me, I'd reckon, if Hungary weren't ticking more boxes, but it certainly does. So we're going to make our final trip in Euro Truck Sim. We're going to go to somewhere in Portugal. I'm not fussy where, but we need a job for it. Why Hungary? You always seem so surprised that I want to be in Hungary. I just really like the place. Is it on the map here? Yeah, there we go. Huh. Not a lot of places there. Maybe the world map shows more. Budapest, Pest, Zagreb, Debrecen. Okay, not the world's largest selection of places to go in Hungary, and we've been to them all already. So Balaton would be around here? Yeah, I think the M7 strafes along the southern coast of Balaton. So I want to be here. Unless my Hungarian geography is way off. Maybe it splits here? God knows. I wonder if they put Lake Balaton on this map. I believe Hungary's most southern point is more north than Hokkaido's most northern point. Really? I mean, when I was in Hungary, it was November, and it was 20 degrees Celsius. So from that, I took it as being a pretty damn hot place. Right, get me my job. We need to finish up here. Hi, Karunas. We need to go not very far. To the south. Not Bordeaux, not Valencia. I don't know all of the Portuguese city names. Evora would take us through, and we'd be carrying milk. Far less dangerous than what we've had before. I don't particularly want to go to Lisbon. And Porto is too close, so I guess we're taking the milk after all. I was complaining about not having any good milk before. Truck analysis. This is a heavy haul job. A heavy haul job. It's milk. Is this one of those special ones where you have... Is this one of those ones where you have an escort? No, there's no way they'd escort milk. Forget it, I'm taking it. I don't care what you say. So now I have to get out of here, and I would like to repair up my vehicle. In fact, can we set a destination for that in Karuna? Hang on, why is it telling me to go... No, that's not what it's telling me. But I do want to set a destination here. Oh, the place that I'm in has the milk, apparently. Oh, okay. Well, when I get the milk, I'm going to have to come out for a tune-up anyway. I'll probably have to come down and then go back up again. Evora is close to where I was stationed at in the army. Cool place, college city. We'd go there on Thursdays before the girls went home for the weekends on Friday. Ah. Where in the world do I get this job from? Maybe I was right on it before. Okay. What do the Portuguese girls dig army guys? Okay, yeah, I did drive right past the part to get the job. Give me the milk. Where's my load? Where's my load? Ah, there it is, tucked away in the corner. Why does definitely not ExxonMobil have 28 tons of milk? Please game, I need to see. It's just punishing me for not looking out my own window. Right, let's go. I can see spilt milk on the highway already. That's nothing to cry about. Right, take this turn. It's good. Don't mind scraping the lamp post a little. It adds to the flavour. Strangely metallic milk they're selling these days. It tastes like a Galician street lamp. Oh, right, I gotta go. Is this my way out? Oh yeah, man, I love how functional that is. In a world map this big, you'd think that half the props are just things that have no collision, they exist only to be seen. But no, there's a lot of things in Euro Truck Simulator that you can collide with. Sometimes if you collide with something fast enough, you can phase through it. I got out of paying a toll for that way once, but I had to pay with a lot of my truck. Speaking of my poor truck, it's dying, and I'm in need of fuel, so we're going to take a pit stop right here. I don't think I can get fuel there, but I can get repairs and maybe a stronger engine? I can taste the kerosene in my milk. Mit benzene. £10 toll save, £500 engine repairs. It's about sending a message. Plus, I'm supporting local businesses. How would these places survive if they didn't have my giant truck to do their work on? Oh, no, taking the turn too early. I even set it on GPS and forgot where I'm going. Whee! I wonder if it's against the law to just keep driving around a roundabout. There was a roundabout in Aberdeen infamous for just being such a choke point. The Harrigan roundabout, I believe it would always be on the traffic reports until they eventually built a bypass. And I remember deviously thinking up, what if you and, say, 50 friends all just took your cars and for about an hour you just rode around the roundabout, and I think I needed that lower point. Maybe. You just ride around the roundabout and then take... you go off it. You don't ride around the roundabout constantly. You go off the roundabout, go down, and at the next roundabout you turn around and then go back to the old one. So you just make this constant loop around the roundabouts. You'd clog up the traffic forever. Sounds quite devilish. But of course I never tried that. I didn't have 50 friends who can drive. It's one way to get popular. Be a driver. Suddenly all your friends want to know you better. Great way to get friendly with the local officers. Ever heard of that guy that took 50 phones in his car? Caused Google Maps to think there was a traffic jam everywhere he went? I don't feel like 50 phones would be enough. Where in the world am I going, by the way? I need to turn off first, second, third turn off. For some reason the parking gauge got engaged. I think I fat fingered the space bar. Unnütze hin- und herfahren. Useless driving back and forth in Germany is not allowed. Now, who decides what's useless or not? 50 phones implies 30 to 50 cars. I think he did it slowly as well. Quite devilish. Did they introduce anything to prevent that sort of abuse? Because that sounds like something I would be happy to do. This isn't looking good. This isn't looking good at all. It looks too shady. I'm backing out. Backing out. Well, my truck is falling apart, so I don't have much of a choice. Let's go. Do you service my kind? Apparently. Let's get our really cheap repairs going, and we'll see if we can't get a better Steam inventory. Well, now that'd be a cool thing that we would introduce. No, apparently I have the 520 horsepower engine, 6x4 chassis, of course. I got the most expensive transmission. No, that's all we're doing. However, we didn't change our message on the front. Why do I change the message here? Ah, here we go. Anyone got something better than hello or good morning in Polish? Could you get a better truck? The truck's already pretty good. It would be a big expenditure. We only have 3.2 million to spare with. Ohio. I mean, we could have ha 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 here, but I wonder if we can fit in Egypt. Brilliance. Oh, I need petrol while I'm at it. Are we gonna find a petrol station within reason? Yeah, I think we can make that distance with our sliver of petrol. It's not petrol, it's diesel. Diesel powered, I believe. Well, that Chevron game was pure Swedish soul, there's no denying it. Just when I thought these husks of human creatures could have such a thing. Well, maybe they did 20 or 30 years ago when Chevron was a thing. What amused me was the YouTube comments of people saying, wow, this game was my childhood. Like, really? I don't think of any of the maths adventure PC games I played in primary school as being considered part of my childhood. One thing that comes to mind is a game I used to play way back on the Acorn PC. Apple Macs and Acorns, that's what our school had. And in this game, the room was slowly filling up with lava, and you had to climb up to get away from the lava, and you had to do so by answering, I think it was maths questions. I wouldn't mind playing that again for the nostalgia, but I really call it my childhood. Who's making me £10,000? Janetta Shea. Janetta. I hesitate to know where you're from. Ooh, nice detail on the rocky cliff face there. What a good looking game. And this game's over 10 years old now, I think. How'd they manage it? It's a lot of world to make look pretty. Makes Long Dark look like a tiny little sandcastle. Does the game run well too? This game runs magnificently well. I've never had any performance issues with it. If you can find it, Lizard, it can go up as a punishment game. Say no to the soulless lobbies, say yes to the soulful childhood maths and whatnot games. Although I don't think there's a lot of maths involved in knowing where the Rubik's Cube originated or what the name of this pyramid in Giza is called, or what is Chevron in Egypt, or how big is a block. How big is a block? I don't know. How long is a piece of string? Wait for the driver to say this cold makes my head feel heavy. Goddamn freezing. Well, don't worry, when we eventually get round to playing Mass Effect, we can hear all the... I don't know the voice actor's name, but we can hear all of that we want. The character in Long Dark is called Mark. Of course, in Mass Effect, he's John Shepard. Tease Mass Effect for another 5 years. Might be a nice continuation from the Long Dark, so we don't have to leave Shepard behind. Don Shepard, Chevron. Ooh. I'm a little trepidatious about stopping at this toll. How much fuel do I have left? About 95 miles worth of fuel, or is that 63 miles worth of fuel? Oh, it's 63 miles. That's very different from 90-something miles. And we got 400 miles till we get to a happy place to be in Portugal. Left or right, left or right, left or right. I should have taken the right. I will take the right. Trailer take damage from that. Oh, that's okay. The milk is fine. The trailer could take as much damage as you want. It just can't damage the milk within. But surely, you damage any part of this, and the milk is going to just be completely contaminated. Surely. Am I actually going the right way? The map seems to think I should be going around in a big circle. There we go. Much better. Well, maybe the Mass Effect run needs to come when Mass Effect 4 is about to release. You know, that's gotta happen someday. Do we have a release date, or at least some anticipated release time for Mass Effect 4? Frankly, I'd rather watch Helden play it than play it myself. I need to see Helden's maximum over-coping with it. Revenge of the Human Reaper. Got it. Andromeda was a dire display to see. Again, I've never played these games. I fired up Mass Effect 2, actually, I think, for a very short bit, just to get some screenshots for the Mockery Marathon. But, you know, I was never going to have the better game compared to Mass Effect, or what was the other game for that year? There's a lot of sliding back. Yeah, the diesel price is 156 here. It's a fair bit cheaper than when we were in France. These Galicians know how to live. Some sort of backwater RTS, that sounds about right. A grim year for gaming. Good thing we have Shatter. I used to have an exploit to not have to pay for fuel. I don't know if it still works, but we have so much money it's not even worth using. Can I sleep here? Is this considered a place to stay? Yes, it is. Sweet. Now let's go. We'll get to see the sunrise at this rate, which is nice. I bought Andromeda on a huge sale for €6, and I still feel I overpaid for it. I gave up on it halfway through. That is sad. Where are my lights at? Where are my lights at? There we go. Got to obey the law. Smokes 27 grand from Melee. Yeah, when you sleep, that's when the real money comes in. You sleep, others work. It's good to run a business. Bobby making us about 3 grand. Sometimes your drivers earn you negative money, usually on a very short journey though. Because that way they take their flat fee off of it, and then that usually eats into a lot more than what it pays. It's cozy nighttime trucking, but nighttime is usually where I make my big mistakes. Harder to see other cars coming. Easier to underestimate your decent cornering skills. Wow, that's great to look at. Where the Milk Brigade is on its way. Heading over to Solans. Are we in Portugal yet? No, but we're getting there. Jake, out of all the places in Japan, which was your favorite? Well, Omahachiman was the place that I most think I want to live here, but in terms of favorite, ooh. Not an easy choice, that. You know, even though I can't stand the urban sprawl of it, probably Tokyo. There was so much to see and do there. Need a lifetime to fully explore it, I dare to say. Plenty of shopping. Akihabara was great to see and do. Ueno was great to see and do. Yeah. Oh man, and that feels dirty coming out of my mouth, but yeah, probably Tokyo. It helps that I spent most of my time in Tokyo. Well, the longest time was spent in Tokyo compared to everywhere else. And there we go, Martin only made me 200 quid. Wish I could fire him for such a terrible display, but we've already invested so much into our drivers. There you go, Alpha, your home wins. Ugh. So that's why favorite's such a difficult question. My favorite, but there's no way I'd want to live there. Do you legitimately not remember the name of StarCraft? Are you having some kind of laugh, Ninja? Was StarCraft the other one for that year? StarCraft 2, Mass Effect, and... Or I think it was Mass Effect 2, right? And Shatter. Truly are in the age of the remakes. Even Shatter got a remake. It looked pretty terrible, so I didn't pick it up. Just, I don't know why. Why remakes are the big cash in right now. Curious what the border control is like between Spain and Portugal, though. I mean, they're essentially the same country. They're both in the EU. They're both Schengen. So really, is there anything to check here? Well, still, like, how would I declare customs? Let's say I was traveling from one place to another with 500,000 euros. Oh, well, never mind that. We can't even take that direct road into Portugal. We got to take the side road for some reason. Side road I'm taking way too fast. If only there was some way to not live in Tokyo and yet enjoy it. If only someone lived that life. I'd strongly consider Omahachiman. And as we were looking at Ninja, the property prices and availability there seem pretty good. Because for some reason the Japanese are obsessed with new builds. Must be their cleanliness desire. So if you don't mind the building being a few years old, and honestly who cares when it's just a few years or even a couple of decades, then yeah, you could snap up somewhere with a decent amount of tatami mat-sized rooms for a relative bargain. Hey Jake, any recommendations on how to find the transport options in Japan? I find there are too many options on Google, let alone the express lines. So I was intimidated by that as well, because there are lots of different ways to get to the same place. Recommendations on it though. See, I had the Japanese Rail Pass, meaning I could ride almost any train whenever, no fuss. But it's hardly a big deal. Just find something that's going the way you want, get the ticket, and on you go. And even if you make some kind of wrong turn or you extend the journey, they have fare adjustment machines everywhere. So, let's say I wanted to go from, I don't know, Ako to Tokyo, but I end up just going further and I go, I don't know, all the way up to Hokkaido or whatever. Just, can I drive through here? Good. Oh, it's the start of the toll. Ugh. Portugal trying to nickel and dime me. Just do your fare adjustment at the end. I had to do fare adjustment once. I thought I had bought my ticket to the airport. I'm pretty convinced I did. I had it in my hand. But when I arrived, they looked at the ticket and said, no. This is all sorts of wrong. You need to pay the fare adjustment. Felt a bit stiff there, but I'm sure they knew what they were doing. In Portugal, we don't care about the border transgressions. You end up paying for it in highway tolls anyway. No. We've made a terrible mistake. You guys don't deserve this 28 tons of milk. I wish I could do that scene out of Bug's Life. How about some milk? How about 2 bottles of milk? Nothing. Oh yeah, what about a whole bunch? I just dump 28 tons of milk on you and you die. Of course, in Bug's Life it wasn't milk, it was acorns or something. If I recall, the bugs had to do an offering up to the ants every season or every year. And our plucky young guy ends up destroying it all. Oh no. Yeah, my one major criticism of the transport options in Japan is if you get that JR pass, it doesn't apply to everything. Why have this and not have it apply for everything? Surely the whole point is to make an easy and accessible option for tourists and, you know, non-Japanese, because it's only available to the non-Japanese. And then it's, well, actually, you can't ride in this line, or these, and half the buses don't work. Well, I think more than half the buses didn't work. Oh, and the subways didn't work. Yeesh. Getting lost is a good experience whenever traveling as well. I endeavour to try and get lost whenever possible. Which is just as well because I'm good at it. But I find it's a way to have a more interesting and memorable experience. That's why when I ended up in Ito, I was walking along the coastline and I was going, well, this is nice, but it's a bit drab. And then I just saw this street that led up the way, and I just said, okay, we're going up here. And that took me all the way out to Kanawa? Well, the next town over. And I had to do a lot of dangerous walking along that. Because one thing Japan doesn't seem to believe in is pavements. Sure, the major streets will have pavements on them, but all the side roads? Nope. No siree, you just walk on the side of that road and hope that everybody driving is looking carefully. And my pedestrian options were pretty low. I had to walk through a dark car tunnel as well. A little antsy, but I got through, and I was rewarded with that lovely fish meal. Not to mention an adorable fishing spot. I didn't see many people out and about in general, but one thing they did do is they went out fishing rather. To try and tie that to this idea that Japan loves to kill everything from the sea and eat it. I've never been fishing and I don't see the appeal, but it was very cute to see a lot of people earnestly going at it at the beach. Okay, right, as long as we don't have to stop for another blessed toll, we can get a bit of speed going on our milk wagon. The Ryukyun milk wagon. Yeah, so the first day in Japan, or rather the first evening, because of many problems with that. Anyway, I rode the subway with the wrong ticket, but the guy let me off the hook using the Gaijin credit card the moment I get in Japan. Probably a bit of a tacky move, but yeah, I'd paid. It was a bit confusing though. I was at the airport and I go, okay, I need to get to... It wasn't Akihabara, but the one next to it. I've forgotten its name. Let's just say it was Akihabara. So I go to the machine at the airport and punch in, okay, I'm going to Akihabara, and it gives me my ticket. I go through the ticket gate, I just walk straight ahead, and I get on the train that's going there. But no, it was the wrong train going there. How dare I get on the wrong train? If Shiro is saying that... Never mind that. If Shiro is saying that it used to be even worse, then I dread to think how difficult it was to navigate in the past. I hope the milk was okay. Yeah, the milk didn't even take a scratch. Heavy load means it's harder to break, who'd have thought? As we all know, force is mass times velocity. We've got 28 tons of milk here. I don't know if that counts the container, but fluids are heavy anyway. I don't know what that road barrier was made of. Jake, how many languages do you speak or read? No, I am only monolingual. I know English, and I know it very well. I manipulate that language to my needs all day and all night, but I don't know any other languages. The closest thing I have to another language I know is Japanese, and I'm terrible at Japanese. But someday I want to be very good at it. Maybe I'll make this the year of actually putting some serious effort into it. Yeah, Americans do compliment me on my English. Oh my god, you're from Scotland. Why, yes, I am from Scotland. Nice to meet you. Oh wow, your English is really good. So, thank you. I'm glad you noticed. I worked hard on it. Is that the American version of Nihongo Jozu? No, Dark Young, you get wow. For an Indian, your English is really good. I thought I needed to stop for fuel, but I already grabbed fuel, didn't I? Yeah. Rest stop is a while away. We should be able to get this done in no problem. 202 miles, 201 miles. And the Portuguese can drink all the milk they could ever need. I wonder how much milk a human tends to drink in their lifetime. Okay, that's going to vary vastly from person to person, but I wonder if I will consume 28 tons of milk in my life. Let's say you drank 300 mils of milk every day. How many days does a person live? 300 days a year? 2010? Let's use some rounding and say I live for 100 years. 30,000, huh? 300 mils a day? Damn, that seems quite small. I mean, that's a small carton of milk that you get in primary school amount of milk each day. And I did love getting my carton of milk in primary school, I tell you. I drink 500 mils a day. You're just styling on the lactose intolerance around you, Ninjin, but good on you. Speaking of milk, do they drink little or no milk in Japan? I didn't see a lot of milk consumption. Oh crikey, what if I get to Hungary and I find that their milk game is ultra weak as well? No, that can't be right. I'm pretty certain I had milk there already. Yes, I did. I bought and drank milk in Hungary, and it was good. Like just about everything else I bought and consumed in Hungary. They have foods that I very much gel with there. They got black pudding in Hungary. Oh, how can I fault a country that eats blood? Nose to tail, that includes the blood. Blood is great for taste. I wouldn't think of Hungary for food, says Dark Young. Oh, I would. I'll do now. You ever tried Portuguese cuisine, Jake? Not that I can think of. I've never been to Portugal and I haven't been particularly chummy with Portuguese folks, so nothing comes to mind. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Come on, these AI cars have got a lust for death. And with 28 tons of milk, this vehicle is not slowing down anytime soon, so they don't want to get in my way. Wow, I wonder what that guy's got. Looked like he had a fallout shelter on his flatbed. What a comment to come back to. Black pudding looks awful, says Orlov. I bet you're one of those people that think that weird muddy thing that the Finns eat is awful. Lisbon discovered. Lisbon ignored, I hope. Where are we going? Oh, don't toll me. Can I just ride straight through? Yeah, there we go. Probably going so fast that they can't... wait, left or right, left or right, left or right. God, I hate Portugal. I mean, forgive me for not being able to tell at a glance that GPS wanted me to go one way or the other. Well, I guess we're discovering Portugal. Oh, and I did 1% damage to the milk. Lisbon, not Portugal. Oh. It's the right reason for hate towards Portugal. Well, the thing is, they realized I had the Brazilian flag. And for some reason, Rectangle Brazil wouldn't like that. Actually, I wonder what the Portuguese think about the BRs. I wonder if they feel the same level of shame and disgust that Brits feel about Americans. So how could I raise my son this badly? A friend of mine was just in Portugal, actually. Inspired by my solo trips out, he said, alright, I'm sick of our useless friends as well, I'm going to take a solo trip too. And he went to Portugal, and he had a great time. Traveling alone is great, just so much less baggage. Not having to worry about other people and their petty needs. Now, I've had great time traveling with friends and even hefty groups of us. What was there, eight or so of us that went to Vilnius together. But my God, do I have useless friends? So it's hard to get stuff done. Hard to rouse them out of bed at times. Why are you slacking, ETS? It's a staple of the channel. Oh, slacking? Slagging? Slagging, I guess. Jake, how on earth... You playing this game, did you play Truth or Dare and chose Dare and they dared you to play ETS too? Euro Truck Simulator is one of the longest standing games on this channel. I don't know if it's been around for longer than Caesar. Actually, I can tell a little bit by looking at my OBS list of scenes. The very top and first one on the list is map painting, so I still have that from playing EU4 and other Paradox games. Below that are 3 different setups for the weekly one-shot and 2 Hours of Hell. Below that is DDR. Under that is Punishment. Then there's Trucking. And then there's FTL. There will not be another season of FTL. There's certainly no plans for it, but just recently I saw a comment flash up on one of my Into the Airlock videos. And as fun as those runs were, I think I've squeezed all the enjoyment there is to be squeezed out of FTL. And yeah, I've looked at the FTL multiverse, and whilst it is an incredibly admirable mod, I don't think that it fundamentally changes anything enough for me to still enjoy playing FTL. No more FTL, just stick the knife in and twist it, why don't you? Well, if you're the kind of guy that likes hearing news that the 36th season of Simpsons has been announced, then you enjoy that, but no thank you. Oh wow, this is pretty beautiful. Where even are we? Well, there's a pretty major river going through Portugal, so it wouldn't surprise me. So is Lisbon spread on both sides of the river? What's this river called, anyway? Yeah, it's clearly been a long time since I played EU4 if I don't remember these. River Tagus. Tajo is its name. It's the Tejo. I'm getting a lot of different... Oh, crikey. Easy does it now. I've got a lot of milk that I don't want to spill. Cool, we just bypassed the toll. I'll take that. I didn't bang the milk there, though. It's okay. Also, how do you 1% taint some milk? Is one lucky consumer of this milk going to enjoy a shard inside it that cuts their guts to ribbons? %, of 28 tons of milk is now polluted. 1% sour milk. Well, sour milk is still good. Whoa, trains! Trains! I didn't think they actually added in functional trains in the game. Well, I say functional, it's still just window dressing, but still. Out of my way, I'm trying to look at the train! Ah. There. Trains just make days better. I haven't heard someone that excited to see a train in years. Trains are cool though. Anything so powerful that it can drag something multiple times its own size is pretty cool. Which is, you know, Kaladin, why trucks are so cool. Look at how tiny the head is and how large the body is. I've streamed Train Simulator for a while, but it's actually a pretty dull game, especially compared to this. Because of the train sim, you're just going along a straight line, no deviating. I found it rather dull. No need to slow down, this milk slows for no man. Jesus! Oh, no! No, don't slow down for this man! Can we just say we're some kind of, like, Greenpeace protest? They must have had some kind of tripwire up there. How's the milk? Oh, we just tainted about 3 tons of milk there. It's okay though. Tow us to not Lisbon. Take it. Speedometer still says we're going fast. Who were the car makers that were faking the emissions tests? One of those. I'm still making achievement progress. Conquistador 6 out of 51. Probably for visiting certain places here. It was Volkswagen, okay. Are we a Volkswagen? No, surely not. What's that design there? No, really, what is our truck? Do we get to see truck details here? Truck manager. Maybe I have to click on myself to see what it is. I think it's Renault, actually. My memory senses are kicking in to tell me I drive a Renault. I drive a Renault Magnum Excellence. I bet they don't cheat their emissions tests. And there we go, there's service with a smile. If we just drive over half of Evora, we got towed right to where we need to go. Jinx, what kind of truck does it take to tow a truck with all this milk? What's that telling us? Some gobbledygook in discount Spanish, I'm sure. There we draw to our conclusion. I can't believe we've been at this for 4.5 hours. No way. Fucking is just a pit where time disappears to. That felt like maybe 2 hours tops. But there we go. Where do you need it, Chief? Our final delivery, and it'll be no problem. Well, there we go. I'm not big on talking about my life or things I do, but I did enjoy Japan, and if there's one thing to enjoy about traveling, it's sharing experiences with others. I guess I'm lucky enough to have a platform to do that. I suppose, in a way, what we really need to thank is Chevron. Without Chevron forcing me to look at all of his Egyptian holiday photos, I don't think I would have had the same enthusiasm for doing the same. I would say jokes aside, but it's not really a joke. Even so, it was a great time. And lest we not forget, that was a trip to discover a new place to live. Japan was good, but it doesn't beat Hungary. So with any luck, the next time I do streaming, it will be from Balaton, because I'm like 5 years overdue for leaving Sweden. Ugh. So pretty much the moment the stream goes down, I'm going to be back on Hungarian real estate websites trying to find a place to live there. So if you somehow have connections, hit me up. Because this is difficult. They don't offer a lot of services in English. Still, that's it for the trucking. I'll be back with a weekly one-shot and some DDR tomorrow. So instead of carefully driving our trucks, we're going to be smashing up some cars and then smashing up the dance pad. Could add Sweet Transit to your weekly one-shot. No, I don't cover early access games. And I'll be wanting to get on that game when it comes out 1.0 anyway. Still, until our next stream tomorrow, it is a big old cheers and a big old cheerio.